So every day when I decide to do one of these shows, I think to myself, am I actually making a difference? You're still in France? Nice. Every time I do one of these shows, I think to myself, is what I'm going to say today actually going to make a difference? And unfortunately, I'm beginning to think that we're doomed. I think we're doomed because everybody in the masses has lost their fucking minds. I made a post. I made a post, a 3-part series post. Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Post 1 was why gun control laws would not have stopped the shooting in Minnesota. Because gun control laws wouldn't have stopped the shooting in Minnesota. The individual purchased all their guns legally. Even an assault weapons ban probably wouldn't have stopped the shooting because... Yeah, no, there wasn't a newer one. We're still on this one. And we should... and here's the problem. Thank you for recognizing exactly what the hell is wrong with American society to begin with. And I mean this. For people, it's almost incomprehensible that on a Monday following, we could still be talking about the same shooting. Like, it's almost inconceivable that we haven't had another one. But on Saturday, I talked about how gun control laws. Friday, I talked about it on the show. And then Saturday, I talked about it in a TikTok. How gun control laws wouldn't have made a difference. Because even during the era of the most strict gun control laws, we still had shootings. Sunday, my video was on gun owners and about how you actually have to understand the Constitution and you can't be picky choosy in the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment says a well-regulated militia being necessary for the defense of the state, the right of the people to bear arms shall not be infringed. The problem is contextually, in the era, the militia was every able-bodied man in the town. Every able-bodied man was in fact, in 1792, a law was passed telling the individuals what they needed to have as basically reservists, as basically National Guard. Like, you need to have this many things. You must have this much shot and this much powder and a musket in good working, maintained order and a knapsack and other accoutrements and a knife. And it literally told them what they needed to have. And so I always naturally assumed that people knew this. I thought that people that were all about all about the Second Amendment, I thought they were aware of this. I did not know that they were not aware that we used to have muster rolls. You came to drill. Your town had occasions where you would drill for proficiency with your firearms. Every citizen so enrolled and notified shall within 6 months provide himself a good musket or flintlock, a sufficient bayonet and belt, 2 spare flints in a knapsack, a pouch with a box therein to contain no less than 24 cartridges suited to the bore of his musket or flintlock, or firelock. Each cartridge shall contain a proper quantity of powder and ball, or with a good rifle, knapsack, shot pouch, and powder horn, 20 balls suited to the bore of his rifle, and a 1/4 pound of powder, and shall appear so armed, accounted, and provided when called out to exercise or into service, except that when called out on company days to exercise only, he may appear without a knapsack. That the commissioned officers severally be armed with a sword or hanger, and after 5 years from the passing of this act, all muskets for arming the militia as here required shall be of bore sufficient for balls of 18th part of a pound. When we talk about the militia in a well-regulated militia being necessary for the security of a free state, it's not like everybody just fucking ran around with their own guns. There was a law. Look at that. The law tells you. The law says these are the things you must have. And yet, when you talk about trying to put some order to gun control, Second Amendment advocates, NRA advocates will say, well, the government has never needed to know which people were armed. Bull fucking shit, they didn't. And not only did they know, they told you. They gave you the shopping list. What do you mean the government never knew? And when you try, and here's where I don't even know if doing this show is even fun anymore. Yeah, people would lose their shit if you told them owning a gun required you to enlist in the reserves for X years. Yes. So that was part 2. And then somebody immediately hit me with the bullshit about, because I said in the second video, wouldn't it be nice if we had a what was it, 1684? What's up, Hairstyle? Oh, what I said, 1689. It was stated in the English Bill of Rights back in the 1600s that the right to bear arms. And it addressed firearms. And then you've got people saying stuff like, well, the Second Amendment comes from the Pennsylvania Constitution. Where does it come from for them? I think somehow this country has lost its fucking mind, forgetting that on the day before the Declaration of Independence was signed, they were all English citizens. And had they lost the revolution, the leaders would have been hung. The second tier leaders would have been hung. And the army, the British army, would have stayed. And the king would have found like second sons and third sons of prominent families to come over and rule colonies. That, I don't think people know their American history enough, and I don't want to be an asshole to say that, but it's getting to the point of like, hey man, I appreciate the fact that you want to have an opinion, but you're not even fucking educated enough to have an opinion on this matter. So then today's video was on the LGBT community, telling the LGBT community that they need to condemn the shooter. In the video, I literally say, some of you are pushing back hard with the fact that only 4 out of the last 4,000 mass shootings were members of the T part of the LGBT community, and instead of condemning the violence, you're pushing back with it. And sure as fuck, if in the comments section of the video, I don't have people literally saying that. Well, it's only been 4. It's cis white males that are... Well, first of all, stop applying a title to people. If your whole ask is that you want... If your whole ask is you want to be able to choose your own identity, stop painting people with a brush that they don't want to be painted with. Second of all, I literally said in the video, stop doing this, because if you don't, the next shooting won't get the attention off of you. They'll stay on you. The next 5 shootings the attention will stay on you. The next 10 shootings, the attention will stay on you. Condemn it early and often. Like, people are like, well, do you condemn white males? Yeah, I do, actually. And people that have been on my show would say, yeah, Jake condemns veterans that engage in shootings. Jay condemns the violence and then says, why did it happen? I said in the video, some members, not all, it literally says on the top of the screen, some, not all members of the T community need mental health treatment. Somebody said, you need to get your uneducated ass out of here because it was removed from the ICD-11. It wasn't removed from the ICD-11. It was moved out of the mental health disorders, but the diagnostic code in the ICD-11 still authorizes mental health treatment on top of hormones, on top of surgery for gender incongruence. The DSM-5 talks about gender dysphoria, and the gender dysphoria in and of itself isn't a mental health condition, but it's the distress that individuals diagnosed with gender dysphoria have. Look, you're not going to fix any one book in one giant smack. It's not about fixing it in one smack. It's about a series of taps. Tap, 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 tap. Let's make some changes. But as long as you have people that are not going to condemn violence, what are you fucking expecting the response to be? People that are making excuses. Well, I understand why he did what he did. You understand it? I understand why they did what they did. I just wish they picked a better target. The fuck is wrong with you? That is the sort of rhetoric coming out of that community that makes the rest of people stop and say, the fuck did they just say? You understand it. You wish they picked a different target. I wish they had gone after CEOs and politicians rather than innocent kids. I guess it's something you'll have to live through to really understand. It comes from a place of hopelessness. Look, man, I want everybody who's got suicidal ideations to get the fucking mental health treatment they need. But the moment anybody starts to rationalize the taking of innocent life, the whole community needs to look at that person and say, you are ostracized from this community. Because violence begets more violence. There was a discussion point that less than 1% of America is transgender. Yet what they're doing, and not all of them, some of them, are basically becoming armed militants, advocating and justifying violence. I think some of those people need a history lesson when it comes to the laws of numbers. If 1% of any population throughout history becomes an armed militant threat, the 99 just get rid of that 1%. In 1994, the term cisgender was created. Even the lady politician that defended the T's had a knife on her t-shirt. Yeah. I've seen so many people where my instinct is to think that's what asylums were meant to treat, because they're beyond unhinged, beyond mentally ill, they're barely human. Yes. And here's where we need to have a conversation. Somebody actually said, they keep using this rhetoric, you're punching down on a marginalized community. You're problematic. You're acting like one small portion needs mental health treatment when the general US population is in need of mental health treatment. Why do people need to say what I didn't say? Have I ever not said up to 40% of America needs to be in mental health treatment? Because anxiety and depression lead to violence. Not always. Not always. Sometimes. And by the way, violence is unaliving yourself, unaliving other people. Depression and anxiety lead to violence. Not all the time. Sometimes. I'm mentally ill, I got issues, but I don't go around destroying lives. There's levels to this shit. Yes. There's a reason why I don't go out in public, because the likelihood of me destroying a life is a higher probability. What I don't understand, though, is where the fuck did we get the idea in this country that getting in somebody's face, putting a finger in somebody's face, spitting on a person, touching a person, like, don't fucking touch me. I don't like being touched. Like, period. And then you don't like something? What are you? Like, I think everybody needs to go back to the 90s and everybody needs to listen to The Rock. Know your role and shut your mouth. You don't like the fact that I parked in a veteran spot when my fucking license plate says disabled veteran. If you're so sure that I'm not supposed to be parked there, call the fucking police. But to run up to me and grab me and turn me around, like, why'd you park there? Grab me, turn me around, for all you know, the fucking knife is already slid into my right hand and I'm stabbing you in the fucking eyeball. Don't touch people. Everybody with the Kyle Rittenhausen thing years ago, everybody was like, Kyle Rittenhausen got away with murder. No, the fuck he didn't. He didn't get away with murder. And if you don't understand the difference between homicide and murder, then you're fucking too dumb to be in the conversation. And when did it become politically incorrect to look at somebody who's not educated and say, you're too fucking dumb to be in the conversation? When did we get to a point where we can't tell the stupid people to jump the fuck up out the conversation? And when I say stupid people, I don't mean a difference between college educated and not college educated. What I'm talking about is when somebody literally says transgender was removed from the ICD-11. No, it got moved out of mental health disorders and it got put into chapter 11. I'm pretty sure it's chapter 11, subsection 16. And then the person moves the goalposts. Why? Like, look, man, if you make a mistake, just apologize. Just be like, my bad. If you're not, like, I talk about the DSM-5. I talk about the ICD-11 all the time on my show. I have the fucking treatment planner over there. It's shit that I'm educated in. Now, you don't have to have a degree in it. You could have taken yourself to the library. You could read the ICD-11. You could read the DSM-5. And you could say, based on the changes between the 4 and the 5 and the 10 and the 11, I don't understand why the DSM-5 still keeps gender dysphoria as a mental health disorder. And I said, now you're getting it. Now you're getting it. Except, what's the DSM-5 for? And then they're like, well, I don't understand. You don't want it removed out of the DSM-5. Because if you take it out of the DSM-5, what you're going to find is the diagnostic code, wherever you put it, is no longer going to allow people to get mental health treatment. Do I agree with the book? No, I don't. The problem is, we talk about conditions, and does America need to just dump the DSM-5 and adopt the ICD-11? In my opinion, yes, because the ICD-11 is a more thorough and comprehensive book. The ICD-11 is the International Classification of Diseases, all diseases. So you have one book that the World Health Organization uses, and they can make that change. They could take transgender, whichever form of it was in the 10, because I believe it was written up as a couple of different things. And when you move it, you could say, we're going to move this out of a mental health disorder to conditions related to sexual health. And that works, because the ICD-11 is all treatment, all diagnostics. But in America, if you want mental health treatment, your condition has got to be in the DSM-5. Otherwise, a diagnostician, what are you expecting them to diagnose you with? It was like the video I showed about the girl. She got mad because she filled out a bunch of paperwork. And her psychiatrist saw her, talk to her for 2 minutes, and prescribed Xanax, I think. And she was like, I don't think I should be taking pills if the person's only met me for 2 minutes. but the person hasn't met you for 2 minutes. The person has sat in their office and read your paperwork. They've got a couple of questions they're going to ask, and they've literally probably put a guess on the paperwork. And if what they ask is yes, this is my course. But what people forget is there's not a pill to cure every ill. If you're taking mental health drugs, unless you've been specifically told by your therapist that you're on a stuck point, and as long as nothing else happens, you're just going to be you're the dog chasing the tail forever. You're not supposed to be getting mental health drugs without the therapy component, because the psychiatrist prescribes the drugs, then you go talk to your therapist, and the therapist is like, well, I see that Dr. So-and-so prescribed you Xanax. How's that helping? Is that helping with sleep? Is that helping with mood? Is that helping? No, I feel more on edge. Oh, shit, you do? Let's get you an appointment with Dr. So-and-so and let him know. People are like, oh, I took the pills and they didn't work. You took the pills for 4 days, man. You got to give them a chance to work. But does the one you align with the WHO, are there political, just general differences? The reason why, that's a great question. The reason why I prefer the ICD-11 overall is because it allows for crossover, especially for situations like transgender. Because transgender is a singular condition that can produce a lot of different needs on the medical system. As I've said, in America, you used to have 1 letter for top surgery and 2 letters for bottom surgery. And now there's a lot of facilities that will do bottom surgery with only 1 letter. I personally think that's a mistake. And the reason why I think that's a mistake is because I think something that is not reversible, not easily reversible, should have 2 different providers say, yes, this individual is definitely of the opposite biological sex or opposite gender. Their gender identity requires them to have a physical shell of the other variety. I don't think 1 doctor is enough for the bottom surgery. As I said before, I don't think 1 doctor is enough for the top surgery, but top surgery can be reversed infinitely more easily than bottom surgery. I don't know if it's something you can leave, but the vague thing I heard in the States was paying for something they don't use. Well, it's because in America, medicine is for profit. Yeah, it was the case in the beginning. You had to have 2. And then they dropped it to 1 for top surgery, 2 for bottom surgery. Now they're beginning to drop it to 1 for bottom surgery as well. In my mind, that's a mistake. In my mind, that's a mistake. I also think that in my mind, I don't think the parents should be able to give any input to a child psychologist, a child psychiatrist about the child's gender disorder. I mean this with all sincerity, having witnessed my daughter's best friend transition from a female biological shell to a male biological shell. I've seen a lot of parents Munchausen by proxy, their kids. I've seen a lot of parents give bullshit to the doctors to sabotage your kids. The knife cuts both ways. I think it's all about the individual and their mental health care. A 5-year-old, a 4-year-old, a 3-year-old, and then below that, it's going to get a little bit harder. A 3-year-old can have PTSD. A 3-year-old who has PTSD, you might not want to treat it. And the reason why you might not want to treat it is because memory permanence. By treating it, you're constantly bringing it up. Horrific shit happens to kids all the time. And if nobody ever tells them, the kid doesn't remember because they don't have memory permanence the way an adult does. But if you start to treat it, that's why sometimes when you take a young child in, they're like, how is it impact? I don't know how it's impacting. I just want to make sure that they're okay. Then stop bringing it up to them. Stop bringing it up. Now, five, you start to get into the range of more memory permanence. And I'm not saying that if the 4-year-old or the 3-year-old is having progression issues, that you don't get them treatment. See, when I say you might not want to treat it, be like, oh, you don't want to treat them. I didn't fucking say that. I said don't treat it for the sake of treating it. Treat it because you recognize there's a disconnect. It's almost like when you bring up that some individuals might need mental health treatment, everybody loses their fucking minds. And then it's like, fine, let's go to the opposite extreme then. Are you saying that members of your community don't need mental health treatment? Is that what you're saying? Because if that's what you're saying, no problem. If somebody wants to come along and challenge, why does an individual have to have somebody else's permission? It's not about permission. And I think that's the piece that the uneducated don't get. Yes, it's permission because you need them to write the letter, but they're basically a litmus test for yourself. Why do you feel this way? Why do you feel this way? What about this? What about this is going to change your life? And they're walking you through it. It's the same sort of walking you through it when you're suicidal and the doctor says, the patient says, I think the world would be better off without me. And then, okay, well, why do you think the world would be better off without you? And if the person immediately shifts to, well, I'm in pain all the time, well, that's because the person hasn't had the self-conversation about why the world would be better off without them. They're saying things for justification, but they don't hold up to scrutiny. Now, if somebody in a hypothetical situation, if a person said, I want to commit suicide because I think the world would be a better place without me. Why do you think the world would be a better place without you? Because I'm not sure I can control my violent actions anymore, and one day I might be the person that shoots up a mall, a church, or a school. Wow. Let's unpack that shit while I press the button under my desk, and that alerts my administrative staff to get the fucking non-voluntary hold people on their way here. I'm personally getting tired of people using tolerance as an excuse for ignoring problems. Yes. I am tired of people using tolerance as an excuse for ignoring problems. And with that said, I saw one person bring up something I'd never considered before. Let me see if I can find it. Somebody said, every white person needs to condemn the shooting every day. It's far more likely that the shooter is a white person than they are a trans. Said by a white person. This is what somebody brought up. And I can respect this. We condemn violence, of course. But when you take... Why are you not letting me grab you? But when you take away medical and mental health care for trans people, something will happen when we have so much trauma and PTSD from the church. That's a great fucking talking point. That's a great talking point. But now you need to, if you're going to say that, you need to be willing to say the next 10 words. What is your PTSD from the church? Like, and this is where some people don't like to be told some things. The members of the Catholic Church, for the most part, the members that are currently in the Catholic Church like the church the way it is. If we could get rid of all that sex scandal, priest, little kids thing, that's the big chunk we want to get rid of. Well, I think the church should conform to me. Fuck off. No, it shouldn't. If you think the church should conform to you, pull a Martin fucking Luther, get your 99 Theses, say how the church should have to conform to you, nail that shit to the fucking door of the church, and then go start your own church. Because asking the largest Christian denomination to change for you is ridiculous. If you don't like it, go fucking start your own church. Go do that. People have been doing that for fucking hundreds of years. Right? People have been creating their own churches for over 500 years. In fact, some kings created their own churches so they could get divorces. But we have got to stop exactly what you're saying, right? Yeah, people have stopped addressing too many issues because they're afraid to do a social no-no. Right. And the problem becomes, I don't even know if there's any value to trying to change anything anymore. We have reached the point where I truly believe we are going to have another catastrophe on our hands. Wasn't Protestantism basically an offshoot only because of some British king? The Church of England was, yeah. The Church of England, Henry VIII wanted a divorce. He couldn't get a divorce, so he started his own church that had its own head, so the new head of the new church could give him a divorce. If you're going to say that you have PTSD from the church, what's your PTSD from the church? How did the church fail you? How did the church fail you? It's like, I get that people are mad, people are disenfranchised, people are angry, but the shit that they make up,
I think our community often
is unfucking real. This guy, where is this guy? This guy irritates me.
Some of you smooth brains are having trouble with the $66 an hour minimum wage. That is the amount it would take to give us the same purchasing power that boomers had when they joined the workforce. You people don't read or Google competently. Boomers,
well, neither do you, son.
Could do that with one person working with the minimum wage.
Actually, genius, in the baby boomer minimum wage, the baby boomer minimum wage was about $3,300 a year, and the median house price was $25,000 a year, meaning a baby boomer was only making minimum wage, had to spend 7 times their annual salary to buy a house.
My generation, if you have kids and you want to buy a house, holy shit, you both have to be working full time. I swear to God, you guys are insufferable because you want to be. At this point, that's the only explanation. You comb on the internet and bitch and moan at my generation, who were told if we do everything right, we'll be able to build a life for ourselves just like you did.
Now, I'm gonna call bullshit on that statement. I don't recall ever being told if I do everything, quote, right. I do recall being told if I studied, I went to college, I worked hard, I would be able to build a life for myself. And here's the thing. I've been building a life for myself since I was 20. No trust fund, no hand-me-down. Building a life for myself since I was 20. You can do it. It's just, you have to understand what you're doing.
And even more, and we're not. And we're calling bullshit. The average price of a house in America is $410,000.
Well, first of all, it's not 410,000. It's either 420 or it's 380 or it's 434, depending on which study. But why are you looking at the minimum wage to buy the middle house?
The average age of a home buyer in America is 56 years old.
Who gives a shit if the average homebuyer age in America is 56 years old? What's the average age of a first-time home buyer? People, you are always going to impact the average age of a home buyer. If I bought my first house at 20. If I buy a house tomorrow, then I'm going to impact the homebuyer age, because I'm now 46. Yes, of course, as older people buy and sell property, it is going to change the average age of a home buyer. People are living to longer. If I wanted to buy a home right now, I need 11 times my yearly income, and that's 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, 1 kitchen, 1 toilet. Which country is that in? Because that's not in America. Belgium? I didn't know Belgium had gotten that bad. I will admit, I only know little bits and pieces about Belgium. You guys have great chocolate. The problem becomes, you don't have to distort the facts. So I have an article coming out tomorrow. That breaks it down. We have a problem, but part of that problem is we live in capitalism. And people are like, well, then we need to move to communism. We need to move to socialism. Why? You want to give up opportunity for being told what you're going to do? Look, all of you that scored up here, you're going to university. All of you that scored here, you're going to college. You that scored here, you're going to trade school. And those of you that scored down here, you're going to menial labor. That's it. On graduation day, you open up your diploma envelope, and your diploma envelope either has a green, a yellow, a red, or a black dot on it. Black dots. See you tomorrow morning at 0500 at the fucking menial labor assignment facility. We have to have economic capitalism with socialist public protection policies. Maybe. I disagree, but maybe. I think the total number of people that need to be covered by socialism is way smaller. I think it would make a lot more sense if instead of having a state level... No, we don't have a socialist public protection policy. What we have is we have overlapping social safety nets that aren't centrally managed. For example, if you're on WIC and you're on food stamps, why are you getting for the baby, if you're getting women, infants, and children, then why is the baby counting towards your household food needs when there's another program that's providing for the child? In some states, have it right. In some states, have it wrong. Why is there not one system? Look, you're a mom, you have 3 kids. One of them is covered by your WIC allotment. And because you're getting a full WIC allotment, your food allotment is lower because you don't need full SNAP and full WIC. You need to feed your kids. That's what you need. And then some of them, rightfully so, turn on, said, if you start taking any money away from me, I won't be able to pay the rent. I won't be able to keep the lights on. I won't. Can we just agree that if you're living in a Section 8 house or a Section 8 apartment, the amount of money that they give you for housing should be housing and utilities? Because you can't live there if you don't have the utilities that go with it. But we have broken ass systems. We have broken ass systems that don't fix problems. We have broken ass systems that create employment for people to sit there and unfuck the systems. We have social housing to help with the issue, but recently 2 big ones got caught embezzling with government funds. A father and son were chairman and both were embezzling. So stuff got delayed for almost a decade. Yeah, and there's the problem. There's that, the mafia of all organizations, the mafia actually has written the rules of understanding for skimming. In the mafia, everybody knows everybody's skimming. But it's not until somebody gets greedy that they sleep with the fishes. Everybody knows there's a certain level. Everybody knows there's a certain level of skimming. We need to stop the skimming, but if we allow a little bit of skimming, then we're giving the mouse a cookie and we're surprised when he wants a glass of milk. Your state implemented a program where if you're on public assistance for housing, you get assistance on your utilities too. Congratulations. It's fucking revolutionary that people have to figure that out. I'm not loading up my guns for that one. That should have been the standard a long time ago. That should have been a common sense standard. Common sense standard says, how much does it cost? But then what do you have from asshole people? What do you have from asshole people? The moment that their heat is paid for, their air conditioning is paid for, the moment that shit's not coming out of their pocket, right? They have the house down to 66 degrees in the summer. They have the house up to 81 degrees in the winter. So yeah, I'm all for you getting assistance, but I'm also for governors on the AC and the heat, right? I'm sorry if I'm paying for it, because remember, I'm paying for it, you're paying for it, everyone's paying for it if taxes are paying for it. If I'm paying for it, I shouldn't have to keep my air conditioning at 80 in the summer because you're getting it paid for with tax money and you're keeping your place down at 66 in the summer. I shouldn't have to mess with my personal comfort in taxes. I don't mind paying taxes. I don't mind helping people, but I think there needs to be control, and that's what people don't like. People don't ever like control. People don't ever like the thought of control in the slightest. Oh, hey, that Second Amendment is getting a little out of control. We probably need to put some controls on it. And the control I'd like to put on it is I'd like to know who owns all the guns. No, utilities are usually not part of housing. Even our BAH for the military, unless we've gotten the training to know what to do when we go overseas, our utilities don't get rolled into our housing contract when we're overseas. All the fucking landlords around military bases, they all find out what the BAH is, and there's a lot of landlords that just peg their rent at E5 BAH. Well, that doesn't give you any money left to pay electric, gas, sewer, trash, all that shit. And that's another thing that's getting out of control, right? Why is it we're paying more and more for everything? And as I say in the video I made today, the reason why we're paying more for everything is, remember in 2020, remember in COVID, remember Bernie Sanders, we're going to give everybody $15 an hour and we're going to make states, and we're going to drive states to the $15 an hour minimum wage. And now everybody's like, holy shit, all the food's expensive. Well, now it's finally caught up. When every single person who touches a product increases the cost, in some places the labor costs double, what do you think was going to happen to prices? You got to pay the person who picks the fruit twice as much. So the truck driver who drives the truck full of fruit to the packing plant, every single thing that touches the truck, the mechanic, the rest stops, the gasoline, the diesel, that all went up. So when the guy with the truckload of fruit drops off the fruit, he got paid more, which means all the people involved in the canning of the fruit got paid more. And now we got to transport the cans of fruit from the factory to the stores. So once again, you've got a truck driver who has to engage with all parts of society, and all those parts of a society take a bite out of his ass. So now he charges more to transport. Now the store that puts it on the shelf has to pay all their workers more to shelve it, fucking check it out, bag it, although Walmart send a 1099 contractor form to them because you did most of that shit yourself. If every single touch point on a product increases the cost, the price goes up. It's like all these stores. We're gonna have self-checkout so that we can save money. What are they all finding out now? They lost a fucking ton of money on theft. Like, it is what it is. Yeah, exactly. The people that make the cans, the people that mine the materials that make the cans, the people that make it's everything. Like, you think about something, you think about a commercial product and how many people touch it. And when you increase all of those touch points, you're like, oh, I don't understand why all of a sudden it's so expensive. Well, I'll tell you why it's expensive. Because you didn't think about it before you started saying, oh, you know what we should do? We should give everybody a raise. Okay, how about we go the other direction? How about we realize your taxes could go down by 13%? If over the next 10 years, we aggressively paid down the national debt and didn't expand services, your taxes could go down by 13%. What if we actually educated Americans? Social Security is going to run out of money in 2030. No, the set-aside trust is going to run out of money in 2030. But the Democrats don't want to tell you that. Because if the Democrats tell you that, then they lose talking points. Why is President Trump thinking about sending the military into Chicago? Well, I don't know, because Chicago over the last 10 years has historically been one of the cities with the most murders. I don't know. Well, why do Democrats live in cities and why do Republicans? Because Republicans generally are older. They don't want to live in the city because they don't want that city life anymore. I'll tell you right now, living in downtown Chicago was great. Walking distance to over 100 restaurants, not needing a car, being able to get to the Chicago Theater, being able to get to Lakeshore Drive, everything on it with a cab, Michigan Avenue, everything on it with a cab, being right off Navy Pier. It was great. It was awesome. 25 minutes by bus to a nice little movie theater that like people had kind of forgotten about. You know, being able to walk to the Art Institute from my place. It was great. It was nice. I wouldn't want to live downtown in Chicago anymore because it's too expensive. It was great when I was eating out all the time. Now I want to cook my own food. But you can't get through to people because people are thick as bricks. Any issue you pick that's somebody's number one issue, they should be able to take me to school. If it's their number one issue, they should be able to school the shit out of me on the nuance of that issue. And the saddest part is most of them can't. Most of them have a few talking points that generally aren't even their own. They've got a few talking points that people that they follow, people that they listen to, people that they idolize have said, excuse me, these are the big talking points. Have I ever been in a debate panel? Yes, many times. Many times on many issues. You cannot reason a person out of a position that they did not reason themselves into. Yes. When a person is where they're at in life because of how they feel, facts can't change feelings. Because you got there because of your feelings. And if you don't understand, then there's no help for you. People, we're living in a world of popularity contests. Billionaires are bad. What about Taylor Swift? She's okay. Hold on. Hold the fuck up a minute. Billionaires are bad, but we make exceptions. Well, then billionaires aren't bad. Then your top talking point isn't billionaires are bad. I think the big problem is Generation X, the millennials, the neo-millennials, the Zoomers, they've been told to say trickle-down economics doesn't work. It does work. It doesn't, but you've been told all these other things is what trickle-down economics should have fixed. And those aren't the things trickle-down economics should have fixed. When a guy makes a video, when I make a video in response to a guy and I say, you think that the factory owner should pay you more because your labor creates the value. And that's a fine position. But you want to discount the fact that without the factory, you have nowhere to sell your labor. Remember, the moment the factory owner, the moment the business owner isn't making money, right? He's going to sell the factory or shut it down or shed all the problems. Like, when I say to people, I totally recognize this. I get it. I recognize small businesses. You think that because you're the plumber and you go out because you work for somebody else, you're the plumber and you go out and you bring in $2,000 this week in bills payable. You go out, you bring in $2,000, but at the end of the week, your paycheck is $700. And then you start to complain, you start to piss, you start to moan, and you say, well, I made the business $2,000, but I only made $700. Well, okay. Whose truck did you drive? Oh, the owner's? Oh, how'd you get the work order? Oh, well, the secretary called me. Well, how does she earn money? Because she doesn't. So she takes the phone calls so that you can get work orders so you know where to go be a plumber. So the truck belongs to the owner, the office that the secretary works at. Oh, and by the way, the owner, he might want a little bit too, because he's got his money tied up in this. Well, then he should go out and turn wrenches. Okay, that's a fair point. You're right. He should. I'll concede. Then the owner should go out and turn wrenches. But the owner doesn't want to anymore. So the owner says to the girl who answers the phone, you're fired. He says to you, bring me my truck. He sells that. And then tomorrow morning when you wake up, what do? Because now you don't have a job. Yet you had $700 a week coming in. Now you have $0. Well, I'll start my own plumbing business. Okay. What are you going to need to do that? Well, I don't know. Oh. Well, you're going to need to get a work van. You're going to need to get all of the tools that you ever will possibly need. And you're going to need to know where to get tools that come up when you don't know it. What you're going to have to put probably $10,000 to $15,000 in standard stock into the truck so that when you go places, you have every different combination of pipes, caps, doodads. You're going to need to have copper. You're going to need to have PVC. You're going to need to have cast iron. You're going to have a saddle or two in the truck. And guess what? You're going to have all that shit, even though you might not get a call that requires a saddle for months. You still need to have it. You need to have at least one in your truck. Because if you get there and you need a saddle, if you don't have one, you're going to have to drive to the store and hope the first store you go to has one. I get it. You don't want to say that the owner deserves a cut. The owner can afford to take his ball and go home. I told you I had 3 bars. We sold all 3. 2 of the 3 closed within a year. One is being run by the head bartender. She bought it. She became the owner. You know what she still does every night? She still bartends. Because she's got a plan. I don't know what the plan, I don't know all the details of the plan, but she's got a plan. Most people think it's so fucking easy to run businesses. 2 out of 10 businesses fail inside the first year. 8 out of 10 businesses fail by the 10th year. 8 out of 10. So why is it if 8 out of 10 businesses fail by the 10th year, every fucking person that ever has an opinion about how businesses should run should be listened to? If you're so fucking smart, go ahead and fucking do it. If you're so fucking smart, then stop working for somebody else. Why did I go active duty officer in the military? Because I looked at the pay curve and I said, you know what? With a lot of long nights, a lot of hard work, I could make more than this by year 5. Or I could trade my time to this organization and make way more. Oh, and then free healthcare, BAH, BAS, dental. Oh, working for somebody else, unless you have $1 million idea, working for somebody else doesn't sound that bad. Well, they should pay me more. Why? Why? It's great. They should pay me more. Why? Because they don't need that all. You're right, they don't need it. But that doesn't, they don't need it isn't a justification for you to have it. That's exactly how we ended up with 91% personal income tax. And what do we know about the 91% personal income tax? The idiots of the world who've been given the cue cards are going to be told, oh, well, when we had a 91% income tax, we actually had a sustainable middle class. Yeah. But in 1973, we moved away from a hard currency and we moved to a fiat currency. So if you've never seen this chart, this is a really important chart to know because it stops a lot of that stupid bullshit argument. And there's only so much you can say to people. You will notice that from 1948 until 1972, compensation and productivity were in lockstep with each other. Sometimes compensation was higher, sometimes productivity was higher. What happened in 1973? We moved off of a hard currency and we moved to a fiat currency. Do I think the US would have been better if we'd never moved to a fiat currency? Yes, absolutely. Without a doubt. And here's why. Because that means your money is worth something instead of your money might be worthing something. Right now, $100,000 becomes $1 million. Everyone's like, oh, the Fed prints more money. The Fed ain't printing more fucking money. The banks are. I have $140,000 in the bank right now in just one investment account that matures at the end of this month. That $140,000 through fractional lending has generated over $1 million on paper. Because I've done this before, I'll do it again. I give the bank $100,000. They have to keep 10 set aside. 90 goes into their loan pool. They loan 90 out to a single individual. That individual puts it in a bank, a financial institution. It goes somewhere. Well, when that 90,000 goes back into the banking system, right? The bank has to keep 9 and they can loan out 81. And it's going to keep doing that. Well, all of this becomes dependent on every single person in the process paying their loans back. If even one person in the chain doesn't pay their loans back, the bank is fucked on 30 September when they have to give me 100,000 plus interest. If we were on if we were on a hard currency, not a fiat currency, it's not a pyramid scheme. It's not a pyramid scheme. It's really important that we not call things that aren't pyramid schemes, because it's not a pyramid scheme. Because a bank is never putting money on things that it's not going to be able to get its money back on. But people are like, why do I have to pay back the interest at the beginning of the mortgage? Okay, you don't have to. You don't have to. They don't have to have a mortgage structure with 360 fixed payments. They could run a mortgage structure the way a simple loan works. You think that would be any fucking better? Remember, in a simple loan, if you don't get ahead of the principal, then the interest becomes principal in the next billing cycle. Nobody would be able to afford a mortgage. I was going through some old things. Did you know? This is like the Mandela effect. Did you know that at one point we were teaching American kids in school not to buy a house more than 3 times their annual salary, and before they buy a house, to have 30% of the house value saved? That worked when houses were affordable. People say, I heard one person say, and this was when I moved into this neighborhood, they said, I'm actually surprised the captain moved into this neighborhood. And I said, why is that? And they said, well, because you can afford to live in Hunters Creek. The fuck do I want to pay more? Why would I want to buy at the time, a $300,000 house at 3 times my annual income when I found a house for 1.7 times my annual income? Just because you have it doesn't mean you gotta fucking spend it. Your house is 360. If you paid as agreed, it would be over 580. I'm not paying as agreed. Right. I understand people are mad. I understand people are pissed. I understand people are disenfranchised. But they're like, oh, well, if they paid us more, they're paying you on par. The problem is the money doesn't stretch as far because the money gets spread around too much. Why are colleges so expensive? Oh, well, when the baby boomers went to school, colleges were cheaper. You're right, they were, because fucking the amount of money that federal student loans would pay was capped. I'll show you a great example. If you want to fix college tuition price, all we have to do is cap federal loans. Right now, you have schools charging $48,000 a year, right? If we capped federal student loans at $100,000, this shit would go down to $25,000. This shit would go to $23,000 a year. The moment we cap federal student loans at $100,000, all the schools will drop. Because if the average person can't afford to go to school anyway, and the way they get their money to go to school is a federal loan, well, if we cap that they can only take $100,000 on a student loan, universities won't be able to charge $200,000 because that's supply and demand. We're supplying something at $200,000, but there's no demand for it. Wouldn't that kill a lot of US universities? Do they have enough saved up? Dude, it's bullshit. Ready? It's fucking bullshit. When I taught, I got $1,600 per class. Not per class session, per class. Okay? I taught 16 classes. at 3 hours. And I never kept the students the whole 3 hours, right? So 16 classes by 3 hours is 48 hours. To divide 1,600 by 48 hours, 20 years ago, I was getting paid $33 an hour to teach college level classes. The class I taught had 30 students in it, and the class was 1,800. The university made more than $54,000, and their expense for their teacher left them with $52,400. Universities can suck a dick if they think if they fail, if they think they couldn't make a profit if they have their tuition. If you get $100K a student and fail to pay for everything, you're doing something wrong. Well, no, remember, if you pass away, the debt goes away. But that's an irrelevant point. The people were sold a bill of fucking goods, man. They were told you need a college degree. You were told you need a college degree. Let me see if I can find the meme, because it's fucking hilarious. This fucking particular meme is... I'm not going to be able to find it. Ultimately, what happens is, guy says, that's not how I learned how to do it in college. And the boss says, yeah, we don't do it the way you learned it in college. And the guy says, oh, well, that's good, because I really didn't go to college. And the boss says, well, then you can't work here. 95% of shit you learn in college is critical thinking theoretical. Most jobs, yeah, that's crazy. Yes. Yes. I'll take a job called teacher, because I did that job and I taught people how to do that job. I taught people in a classroom how to do that job. I taught student teachers how to do that job. There is nothing you need. What's fiat currency? A fiat currency is a currency that's not based on a hard standard like a silver or a gold standard. It's monopoly money. It's a fiat currency is based on you trusting that the government will make your money worth something. It's also why in some African countries, a loaf of bread is a whole stack of money. It's why you see kids playing with entire stacks of money, because a loaf of bread's $1 trillion. Because who gives a shit? There is nothing about becoming a teacher that you can't learn as an apprentice. Period. There is nothing about being a teacher you couldn't learn as an apprentice to a teacher. We used to do that shit with lawyers. We don't do it anymore. Now we make you go to law school. Why do you think we make you go to law school? Do you think it's A, because lawyers said I don't have time to train apprentices? Or is it B, because law school said, hey, we'll take over all that responsibility and they can pay us $400,000? I don't think anywhere can do it anymore. Let me do a quick look. The list is really, really... California, Vermont, Virginia, and Washington. Those are the last 4 states. Illinois used to be one. But those 4 states are the only 4 out of 50 states that you can become a lawyer without attending law school. And you still have to pass the bar. Nope. New York has fallen off, as well as Illinois. Because they want you to go to law school. But law school, what Delco said about if you fail to pay for something, I would like to say that if you go to law school and they pass you through law school and then you fail the bar, something is wrong. Something is wrong there. how is it that you can graduate law school and not be prepared to take the bar? Now, are there always going to be like a couple of fucking numpty-noodles who go drunk, high, haven't studied shit? Yeah, of course. But when you have it where there was a statistic at one point, half of the people taking the bar failed on their first try. What fucking law school did they go to? But yeah, doctor, lawyer, teacher. Now, surgeon school makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you have to pay to take the bar. Why would those people be passing if they're not studying, drunk, or whatever? What I mean is, you got a reason why those people, you have a reason why those people failed. That's the reason those people failed. But if you have a 4.0 GPA from law school, and then the person can't pass the bar is between 150 and 1500. Illinois is 950. And the multi-state professional responsibility exam, there are people paying a $10,000 prep school to pass the bar. Because Lincoln was from Illinois and he became a lawyer and president without going to law school. Yeah, Lincoln read and then passed the bar. I am so tired of living in a country where we're lying to kids. Yeah, it is different now. Illinois fell off reading with the lawyer 20 some odd years ago. Let me see. $1977, so 40 years ago. Does it still make sense to aim for becoming a lawyer after increase in population and the development of technology? Yeah, because let me tell you, AI doesn't help you be a lawyer. AI is so, like, no matter what Charlie Kirk says, you can't get rid of paralegals because AI cannot do what a paralegal can, because a paralegal can hold more than 1,000 tokens worth of information in their active memory, and they remember things even if they don't remember the exact specifications. A paralegal worth their salt goes in, looks at something and says, you know what, I remember reading something about this in last month's law review. So then you go to that law review. AI is great because it'll say, hey, I remember a law review magazine from July or August about Fruit of the Poisonous Tree. And then that AI can go and look at just July and just August, and it can look for Fruit of the Poisonous Tree, and it could say, oh, you're probably referring to this article. Let me pull it up for you. Then you pull it up and you're like, yes, I have that over there. But Charlie Kirk was like, what did he say once? Being a paralegal is pointless now because a lawyer can just throw it in. And we just saw a lawyer get disbarred because he submitted a legal brief that was all AI, and AI made up cases. Lawyer lost his fucking ability to practice law. I saw you say, I've heard about professors being totally useless in court and they teach law and write books. Yes, but remember, that is really, really important to distinguish. Not everybody with a law degree is a litigator. Not every person who teaches in law school is a litigator. Not every person has passed the bar. Some of them understand the law, but what's a big component of the law? being articulate, being persuasive, being able to frame an argument, being quick to box people in. Yeah, defining the law versus arguing the law. If you can't make a good argument, you're not going to make a good litigator. There's many different areas of law. That is absolutely correct. There are many different areas of law. There are some lawyers who I see all over the spectrum. They're like property law, family law. There's a lot of lawyers who won't touch family law. Like, you have a lawyer friend and you're like, hey, I got a family law question. They'll put their hand up. They'll be like, I don't do family law. Because family law is radically different. Your friend is a paralegal because I was almost dumb enough to have an affair with my married trainer. She's like, that's illegal. Not in America, it's not. Not in America. In America, you can fuck whoever you want. Unless you're in the military. Then you can't fuck whoever you want. But in America, you can fuck whoever you want. Other countries, they have laws that makes affairs actually illegal. Now, what people confuse with illegal is bad fucking idea. When sometimes people will say that's illegal, what they're saying is in civil court, that's going to be at fault judgment. Like, if you're a guy, it doesn't matter if you have a prenuptial agreement. If you didn't get your prenuptial agreement drawn up by an in-state lawyer, like, I know a guy got completely fucked on his prenuptial agreement because he got it from like LegalZoom or It's not illegal, period. It's not illegal, period. It's not illegal if you get caught. It's not illegal, period. And besides, I hate when people make the argument, because it's a dumb fuck argument where people say it's only illegal if you get caught. Congratulations, depending on the statute of limitations, you're smoking that, you're sweating that one for a long time. But no, there's people that have prenuptial agreements. They get them off like LegalZoom or LegalHub. That's the second stupid thing you've said. Just go for 3 so I can ban you, so I can move on with my day. And he found out that the prenuptial agreement he had wasn't legal in his state. So he lost half of everything. And then he had to try to sue. Oh, there's the third stupid thing. Now he's trying to sue LegalZoom or LegalHub or Legal Express or whichever one it was. And they were like, yeah, you failed to realize there were some parts and components that we literally told you weren't enforceable in your state. LegalZoom is a website that you can go to and get get paperwork that you need. Like, if you need to form an LLC, you can go to LegalZoom.com, tell them you want an LLC, tell them what state you're in, and they will put together your LLC or your C Corp. If you're getting divorced, I would never use LegalZoom for getting a divorce unless you and your partner have decided that you both want to split up. You always want a family attorney to oversee your divorce. I wouldn't trust LegalZoom to do that. I wouldn't trust LegalZoom to do an adoption. I would trust LegalZoom to put together the paperwork for a loan. By the way, for people that don't know this, if you want to come in and you want to be stupid, that's fine. If I say you're on the second stupid thing and you say the third one, ABC, always be cheating. I'm an eagle, man. I don't deal with pigeons. I don't deal with pigeons. I soar with eagles. And if your belief is ABC, always be cheating, then you're a pigeon and you can strut on the ground. I don't put up with those people. It's why we have a society that's gone to shit. Yeah, if you have children, you should always have a family attorney because you want to make sure that it's exactly in accordance with state law. I've seen people think that they had half custody, and then in the first year, the mom claims the kids, And the second year, the dad tries to claim the kids and the mom's already claimed them. And when the dad goes to court, there's some clause later on in the divorce contract that says mom may claim the child in the even number years and dad may claim the child in the odd number years. But then later on it says the parent that has the child more physical nights is the parent that will claim the child. Well, so mom is claiming the kid and saving $2,000 on her taxes, where dad could have claimed the kid and saved $11,000 on his taxes. And instead of doing it the smart way, where you write your divorce decree as no later than March 15th, both parents will factor their taxes by both not having the child and having the child on their taxes. Whichever parent would save more money is the parent that will claim. And then here is the breakdown. If I would have saved 15 and you would have saved 3, I take 3 out of my 15, I give it to you. Now I have 12 and you have 0 and we're even, right? And now for the kid's sake, I split the 12, 6 and 6. Or you would have saved 3, so you get 3, I get 3. We take 6 off the 15. Now we got 9. Now we both take 4,500, and now we're even up. But people do ridiculous shit to each other during divorce things, and they weaponize the kids. And that I think that the moment you weaponize the children, the judge should be like, "Nah, I'm stepping in here. I'm stepping in because you're trying to weaponize." I'm stepping in to stop you from weaponizing your kids. I also think this bullshit where divorces take months and months and months because one person drags their feet. This is what's wrong with our judicial system. If you can have a guy tried and convicted for murder faster than a family can get their divorce, we got a fucking problem in the system. Either the murder cases are going on too fast or the divorces are taking too long. Why can a judge not sit down and be like, why do we have to have everybody try to go through a mediator? And then after the mediator, they get it to the judge and there's still things that the mediator couldn't work out. Well, if the mediator can't work it the fuck out, then why do we have mediators? Why is the judge like, have you two reached an agreement? No? Okay. I'm going to reach the agreement for you. You had your opportunity. And if we just change that in this country, 90-ish% of people would come to an agreement before they go to the judge because they don't want the judge making the agreement. What did you offer? What did you offer? Ma'am, he offered you this and you asked for the unreasonable. So what I'm going to do, what you offered, that's the deal. Sir, she asked for this and you only offered this. I'm going to give her what she asked for. Imagine how much faster divorce shit would get settled if your offer was unfucking reasonable and the other one was. In my uninformed opinion, it is because divorcing has turned into a competition of extracting the most amount of assets out of a failing marriage. Right. That your uninformed opinion is spot on. People don't think about the kids. Now, if you don't have any kids, that's a little different. Now I need to know if there's cause. Oh, you don't have kids and she was cheating on you? Fuck her. She gets nothing. What did she walk into the marriage with? She was cheating on you while you were at work? She was fucking somebody else in the marital bed? You went to a job? She wasn't doing shit, had no kids to take care of? Fucking toss her ass out on the street. She ain't getting shit. Don't come into Judge Jalan's chambers with this bullshit. You both had jobs? You had no kids? You were contributing 38% into the family? You were contributing the remainder? Oh, okay. Well, then you're going to leave with 38% and you're going to leave with the remainder. Done. It's when kids get involved that it's messy. But you can't have that conversation. Now, you've got kids? Well, guess what? I think we're living in a fucked up world where mom is supposed to take care of the kids and dad doesn't want to pay child support. Mom can only get a job working 25 hours a week because mom has to get a job based around the kids' days off, summer break, when they're at school. So guess what, dad? You decided to divorce, and especially if dad decides to be the reason for the divorce. Mama Bear been at home with 3 cubs. Your cubs are 14, 12, and 10, and Daddy Bear's been out fucking Goldilocks. Well, Daddy Bear, you're going to be giving up 65% of your income until that first kid turns 18. And then you're going to be giving up more or less and less. Because if you didn't put your dick in the pot of honey, you wouldn't be getting divorced anyway. But see, when you don't... For me, my morals come from 2 sources. When you have people that don't have any religious background, you don't have to have religion to have morals. You can have morals on a civic level. But when you have a godless and a civicless society, how the fuck do you relate to people? People saying that it was okay that the transgender shooter shot and killed 2 kids and shot up all those other kids because of what he had gone through. The fuck is wrong with you? And where we gotta grab those people and say, did you understand the words that came out of your mouth? Because the transgender individual had problems, his actions were justifiable. Oh, so you mean the mom and the dad that had to bury a kid could go to a transgender nightclub and light the fucking place up because of what they had to go through? And that's why we've got to stop with that whole we have to be respectful of everyone's point of view. No, the fuck we don't have to be respectful of everybody's point of view. We have to be respectful of their right to have a point of view. And when they have a point of view that's fucking stupid, we have a moral obligation to say, do you understand the words that just came out of your mouth? Because I don't think you thought about those words that were coming out of your mouth as they were coming out. It's like the book over there, Dealing with Narcissistic Personality Individuals. When somebody says some ridiculous shit, you know they've said ridiculous shit, but you just keep going. You turn around and you say, excuse me, one moment. Would you like to repeat that? And then the narcissist repeats it. Would you like to explain that? And they won't. I don't know why people don't have the expectation that as long as a child can be claimed on your tax return, that child can be expected to draw child support. Like if you claim full-time student until 21, they're attending college because you're a full-time student, so that they don't have to pay for room and board. Why can't we expect a non-custodial parent to continue providing support? Because what you've done is now you have weaponized the child, because at 18, that line of thinking is why we have some states that a parent can't kick an 18-year-old kid out of the house until after the date that they would have naturally gotten their high school diploma. And I'm adamantly against that, because I'm adamantly for individual personal responsibility. My problem with this starts with the idea that the government should not need my tax information, my assets, my wealth, my holdings to decide if my child is going to get a Pell Grant, federal aid, federal loan, any of that. What does it matter? Why? Because I worked hard and I have these holdings and I have these assets for my retirement, which I'm supposed to have. Why then am I being told that I have to put that money into my kid's education? What if I don't like my kid? What if my kid is an asshole. Well, you're the parent. Yeah, I'm the parent, but I can't control every single minute of my kid's life, because the moment people say, well, you're the parent, okay, are you giving me permission to control every single minute of my kid's life? Well, no. Well, then there's going to be external influences on my child that I don't control. So why am I now on the hook for this kid being an asshole? Well, because you could have stopped it. Again, no, I couldn't have, because I'm asking you what tools I may have for my toolbox. You're 40 and you had to sign a statement that said you don't have parental coverage. Yeah, that's bullshit. And what happened with me was my father, because I left, my father said, I'm not paying for your college. So when I had to fill out my FAFSA paperwork, I was upset. I was physically upset because I'm trying to get financial aid. And I literally am trying to explain to the person, I can't give you that information. I don't have it. And I can't get it. And they were like, well, you're just going to have to get it. And I got pissed. And I was like, I am estranged from my family. How am I supposed to get it? My father and my mother will not give me their social security numbers. My mom probably would have. I'm like, my father will not give me his social. My father will not give me his holdings. He won't give me that shit. And so the lady's like, well, there's nothing I can do. You'll have to leave. Now, as I was leaving, a very nice lady waved me over to her desk. I was upset. Like, I was pissed because I wasn't going to be able to afford to go to that school. And so she sat me down and she's like, so your parents won't give you that information? I said, my dad won't. She says, are you willing to work? And I said, whatever needs doing, I'll do. And she's like, well, combined with the half scholarship you have, we can put you on the work study program and that'll pay for all your tuition. The fact that we have created a system that my wife and I could divorce, and then she could weaponize my child to have my child go to school just to make me pay more child support, that would be bullshit. That would be bullshit. If I, after age 18, if I want to support my children, I will. And if I don't want to support my children, why should the state be mandating that I have to? And what people have turned that argument into, well, your kids need a college education to be successful in life. The fuck they do. If you're telling me I got to continue to pay child support after age 18, now I don't get down. I will agree. I do agree with the idea that you should not kick your 18-year-old kid out of school until after the date that they would naturally graduate high school. So my daughter will turn 18. The youngest will turn 18 in February, and she won't have had the opportunity to graduate high school until May. Just the way the school district works. She turns 18 in February, graduates in May. I should not be kicking my kid out of school, or I'm sorry, I should not be kicking my kid out of the house until after May. But there's literally kids that are fucking criminal delinquents in some states that the parents have to go to the fucking courts and file an eviction notice. The fact that we even have, like, Solomon the Wise would hear this case and say, how the fuck did society get so ass backwards? Where did we go wrong? That's the problem. People don't want to be held accountable. Everybody wants the middle class life, but some people don't want to put in the middle class work. People want to take all the wealth of the billionaires. That'll work all at one time. Take all of the wealth of the billionaires. You think America will ever have another fucking billionaire again? And if we don't have billionaires, what don't we have? We don't have billionaire investments. There's 8 billion people on the planet, only 330 million US citizens. companies will say, fuck it. America is being chumps. Fucking world's greatest economy. We used to be number one in everything. We used to be number one in school. We used to be number one in manufacturing. We used to be number one in consumption. We used to be number one in technological development. And then what did we do? We created stupid tax laws. We created a Department of Education. Many of the degrees today are more likely to leave the student with massive debt and no guarantee of a job. Right. Exactly. You have people that are getting degrees in gender studies. Gender studies is too hot of a topic right now to do anything with it except academia. But we have people that have never been taught. Like, I was shocked, and maybe this is because I do a lot of reading, and I always have. Yeah, PhD in feminism. But the absolute fact that there are still people in America that don't understand there is a difference between biological sex and gender makes my head hurt. Melly Umpkin, that's what I call my middle daughter, Middle Melly Umpkin. She messaged me on Friday because she was stressing a cultural anthropology assignment. Now, again, as I've shared with her and I've shared with all of you, a freshman should not be in cultural anthropology. Because before you take cultural anthropology, you need to have taken sociology and psychology. Cultural anthropology, just because it's a 101, doesn't mean you should be taking it as an introduction to college thinking. And what she brought up was ethnocentrism, where you judge a society based on their cultures through your lens. And she was having a hard time understanding it. And the culture that she was talking about, it's I don't know if it was a fictional culture or an actual one, because I didn't need that piece of information. It was a culture that engages in sadism and masochism. And you have to write a paper, you have to write a response, and then you have to critique somebody's response. And all the people were like critiquing the culture for like, oh, it's a terrible society if you have people who enjoy pain, no matter the reason. It's a terrible society that you have if you have people that enjoy inflicting pain. The Western world, by some definitions, is sadistic and masochistic. We have dentists. Well, I can't believe you. Whoa. People that inflict pain, people that enjoy receiving pain. Tattoo artists, piercers. You can't judge another society unless you're standing in the society and you put a pair of that society's glasses on. If you think about it, if there was a plague that wiped out 100% of the world's population, and if aliens were sitting up at Mars and they say, oh, planet Earth, the population's finally died. They came down and they went to Disney World. Tell me, an alien race would not look at Disney World and not believe we worshipped a mouse. Go to Universal Studios right next door and tell me aliens wouldn't believe that raptors had been alive within the last 10 years. They find a copy of Jurassic Park. They see the Velocicoaster. They see our reverence to dinosaurs. It's because nobody wants to get into anybody else's shoes, and everybody wants to run around and scream at the top of their lungs that nobody respects my point of view. Guy tells me today, like I said, starts telling me what is and is not in the ICD-11 and that I'm uneducated. Bitch, here it is. Here's chapter and verse. Here's where it is. Why not, instead of, if you're easily offended, get the fuck off social media. If you're easily offended, not if you're easily angered. Because right now I can't tell you that because stupid people anger me. I was here on Saturday, playing a little Ashes of Creation, just hanging out. Within a few minutes, I had to ban about 8 people. Got the hate brigade. Now I have a delay on my stream, so I can delete people. You guys don't see them come in. When they come in and they all if they get flagged, I delete them out. Why are you upset that I have something negative to say? Why is the game developer afraid that I have something negative to say? The behavior that I experienced on Saturday, coupled with the information that I got, is absolutely the driving factor for the article I'm writing that will come out on Thursday. Which will probably, if any other media outlet picks it up and they write an article, Intrepid will be fairly fucked. But why are people afraid of negative feedback? Negative feedback is a good thing. You should never give negative feedback. You should only give constructive criticism. Said the person with no spine. Give a fuck how you give me feedback. You ban people when you don't agree with their ideologies. You're right, I do. Why? Because there is no ideology viewpoint. There's no value in the guy that I banned today. ABC, always be cheating. If you believe in cheating on your intimate partner, you are a piece of shit. And I feel you are a piece of shit. And if you're on one end of the political spectrum or one end of the societal spectrum and you think cheating on your intimate partner is acceptable, and I don't, we are on such polar opposites, we're never going to meet in the middle. I believe that anybody who believes in cheating should be thrown off a bridge. Where are you going to... Now, I didn't say anybody that has an open relationship. That's a different story. That's an informed discussion. That's adulthood. That's a bunch of other things. But you're proud of the fact that you're cheating? Well, then fucking ban, man. Go bother another streamer. I don't need you. Because you bring no value to my show. Because if that's what you believe, there's no point in discussing with you. And I think that's where people have allowed society to go sideways. Like the one dad who made the post, who said he overheard his son talking about cheating on his girlfriend, so he went and told the girlfriend. Because that boy needed to learn we don't do that in this house. Holy fuck. People gave this dad shit. I was like, that's dad of the motherfucking year right there. That's dad of the year. Teach your fucking son. We don't do that shit. Let's see.
Some of you smooth brains are...
Roll down to... What do I got?
I don't own a debit card. I've never owned one. I've never allowed my 3 sons to possess one.
Smart advice. Shouldn't have a debit card. Well, you shouldn't use a debit card. You should own one in case you need to get the money out in an emergency. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. But yeah, you shouldn't have a debit card. You shouldn't. Why? Because a debit card, if it's lost, the money comes out of your account. You're waiting on the bank to refund it. A credit card gets lost and somebody uses it. You dispute the charges. You've never given the credit card company the money. By law, once you dispute charges on a credit card, they can't charge you interest while they do their investigation.
Certainly and truly the worst financial tool ever given to the American consumer. How would I remove 99.9% of my personal liability like that? So I use the safest form of payment that exists on the face of the earth, and that is a credit card. Not debit credit, but credit card. Every day of my life, I spend their money. I don't spend my money. My money sits in a money market account. It earns interest. Actually, nobody knows where it is because it's not exposed to anybody to find it. It's just sitting there. But
that right there, people that use their debit card, you're losing the daily average interest on a savings account. Well, savings accounts don't earn anything. Mine earns close to 4%. I would rather have that daily average throughout the whole month and then pay off everything on the very last day I can. I want to hold my money through the whole billing cycle and the whole bill payment cycle and pay that shit on the last day. Well, second to last day. Let me earn every scrap of interest, because when I do that, my next pension check comes, lays on top of that, and makes the average daily interest on my money market account more.
if tomorrow someone gets my card number and charges $1 million on my credit card by federal law, my liability is zero.
Yep. Well, your liability isn't zero. There is a very, very small liability. It's if somebody gets a hold of your card, they can charge you for the new card. That's it. But here's what I say to people. You have money in a money market account, and most people are like, I'm never going to have that much money. Yeah, you're never going to have that much money because you spend it all the time. The moment you start seeing, because you never see the good part of your money. I did that video and people want to adamantly disagree with me. I'm not going to live and only spend 20% of my money on what I want. That's cool, man. Then be fucking broke forever. Be broke forever. For me, the motivation to get better jobs was always, I will never spend more than 20% of my money on wants. So now factor that in. I go on a vacation every year. So that means all the other sources of money I have, I only spend 20% on my wants. Which means my vacations, my new toys, all those things, the new monitors, the new computers, that only accounts for 20% of my money. The rest goes to needs, the rest goes to savings. And since right now I don't have a mortgage, I've made a mortgage payment to myself every month for 7 years. Some people, I get it, you don't make enough money. When you get that last mortgage payment taken off, you need that money for other things. I get that. But as soon as you don't, if you were able to live without that $1,000 mortgage payment going on other things, you definitely don't need to take the full, like, when will you start spending the savings? You want your kids to get everything? That's a great question. What is it that I need? What is it that I want? What is it that I do without? See, my drive is that if I want it, I have to make enough money that 20% covers it. When will I start spending the savings? If I ever need it. What am I doing without, though? See, people can't transcend that mindset. I don't want to do without. What am I doing without? When I needed to buy a new PC, I said, buying a new PC. That's it. What do you need? Why do you need what are the things in life you need? What are the things in life you want? Why do people piss away money? Like, I don't have multiple pairs of $400 shoes. $300 shoes, $200 pair of shoes. I see people talk about not having any money. Yeah, if I want it, I get it. If I can't afford it, I save, then get it, but always pay cash. See, I'm different than you. I don't always pay cash. If I want it, I get it. If I can't afford it, I save until I have the cash. Then I put the cash I make a note on the money market account that goes to this. Then I pay for it with a credit card, so I get anywhere between 1% and 6% cash back. Yeah, it's not a race to zero. It's there in case shit. I saw somebody got mad. A person that's fairly well off. They lost their home in a fire. And there were people that were mad. That the person said this. Today we find ourselves experienced what so many people around the world live through every day. Being without a home, with nothing but the clothes on our back. This has reminded our family of the countless others who endure hardship far greater than ours. And there were people mad that this upper middle class family said that. You don't understand my hardships. The fuck you mean they don't? What if your kids just wait and buy something stupid like a Ferrari day one after you're gone? Well, first of all, ready? Why the fuck do you naturally assume my kids are getting my money? I have grandkids. Why do you think my kids are getting my money? Generational wealth isn't money you pass down to your kids. Generational wealth is what you do to ensure the success of your line. My kids aren't getting fucking play money. My fucking kids, some of it, first of all, I'm not dumb, and I'll spend it on the things they need before I go. And if I go in a car accident, then the trust dictates what they can and cannot get. Well, you're already 24 and you haven't bothered to go to college, so you won't have a bachelor's degree by 30 unless you start right now. I suggest starting right now, because if you don't have a bachelor's degree by 30, this section of money chucks down, and so does the master's degree money, and so does the PhD money. I ain't leaving fucking money to my kids to have fucking toys and shit. Why would I do that? The point of fucking generational wealth is to build up your family. If I die, you go to college, you present the fucking trust, transcripts, they confirm them, they write you a check. At the end of the semester, you have college bills to pay, you go to the trust, you present the trust the fucking bill with the transcripts, and they pay. If you don't go to school and you don't get a career and you don't do those things, then the money goes to the next generation, goes to the grandkids. I have 3 kids and 1 grandkid. Whoever isn't in line with my value is off the will. Yeah, and you can absolutely do that. Absolutely do that. There are people in my family that are by name delineated out of the will. I acknowledge this person will make a claim to my will. I leave them the sum of $1 so that it cannot and shall not be contested that I forgot about them. To that person, you were eyeballing my money for too long, you get $1. But again, Alice, you're missing the point. I'm not going without things I want. I don't want a Ferrari. I had it that happened to me. My great-grandparents were rich and there was nothing left for me. Who fucking cares, man? They were your great-grandparents. That money was never yours. An inheritance is, oh, that's nice. You shouldn't have been thinking about your great-grandparents' money. That ain't your shit. You didn't earn that. You didn't do nothing. None of that slice was you, not even the crumbs. Not even the fucking empty pie tin was yours. But yeah, it's like, why don't you have stupid shit? Yes, but the previous generations wasted it because the previous generations inherited it and it was theirs. It was their money when they had it. Yeah, nothing says mug me outside the bar like owning a Ferrari. Why would I want that shit? Would I maybe want to one day? Would I maybe want to go to like one of the drive tracks where you have to put down, it's like $15,000 and you spend all day like learning how to handle high-speed vehicles, and then at the end of the day, like you fucking run around doing a couple of 100 miles an hour on a closed track? Yeah, maybe. Might want to do that. But I more likely would want to go to Discovery Cove and swim with dolphins and swim with sharks and hang out with otters. What people see as value is personal, is intrinsic to them. My goal is so that no member of my children or my grandchildren ever have to say I was hungry. At the same time, they've been taught since they were this big, this is your goal. You want to go to college? I'll pay for it. You want to go to college? I'll pay for it. Go to college. I don't want to go to college. I want to get married. I want to have kids. I want to be a stay-at-home wife. Cool, do that. Well, can I get my college money? No. Because that money wasn't dedicated for you to sit around. Well, we could really use it for, you could really use it for a lot of fucking things, but it's not yours to use. It's mine to use. And I think that's a really big perspective that millennials, neo-millennials, and Zoomers need to get out of their head. Your parents' money isn't yours. If I want to be a fucking Viking and take that shit with me, it's coming with me. If I want to put in my will that I want that shit put into paper currency and fucking burned, they'll get mad at me because I'm burning currency. So I could burn fucking anything that's not actual cash. I can't believe he did that. People got to get off. Yeah, it's coming with me to Valhalla so that I can buy strippers in the next life. People got to get off the idea that your parents' money or your grandparents' money is your money. Go make your own money. I think that's a huge problem in our society. I want the billionaires' money. The billionaires have too much money. First of all, the billionaires don't have too much money. They're not hoarding that shit like a dragon. It's not like they're pulling hard currency out of circulation and sitting on it. They're not doing that. If we were on a hard currency economy, nobody would have $400 billion. Everybody would lose 90% of their wealth, which wouldn't be a bad thing. You're mad that houses are expensive because you don't own a house. The moment you own a house, you're going to get mad if they try to correct house prices. I would get pissed if I still owned this house and they did a 90% correction on houses. I would get pissed if this house suddenly was only worth $30,000. But if I sold it for $300,000 and then we did a correction, I would be happy as fuck that I have $300,000 in the bank, and now I'm buying a house down in Florida that instead of I'm buying $450,000, I'm buying $45,000. And again, I get it. I'm not so disconnected. But at the same time, the majority of people are in their shitty situation because of decisions they made. You are in a shitty situation because of decisions you made, but you want to blame everybody else. That's tough shit.
I don't own a debit card.
That's tough shit.
You can't effectively expect people to be early if you don't start the thing when it...
Did that one already. This guy made a bunch of these, made me smile.
So Trump activated 4,000 Marines to go fight in Venezuela against Maduro. Just guess how many militiamen Maduro just activated in response. I'll give you a second. Did you say 4.5 million? Good luck, Marine. This is your Vietnam. I didn't know that Venezuela was how you say Vietnam in Spanish. Watch out for the bouncing Bettys.
So
Trump
that guy
activated
needs to be taken out back and just the shit beat out of him. First of all, why the fuck would you make fun of the Marines? No member of the military, right? No member of the military gets up on any given morning and wants to go to war. There was never a day, any day that I served in the military, that when I got a call that said, because I was an installation deployment officer, what that is I'm the guy that deploys everybody else. Never was there a day that I was happy that I was sending people into harm's way. But you don't get that choice when you join the military. The choice was to join the military. At the same time, yeah, who cares if it's only 4,000 Marines? The militia would probably revolt before they managed to get rid of the 4,000 Marines with support. No, yeah, we sent 4,000 Marines down to Venezuela. I think the guy also forgets that we're sending 2 missile cruisers. We don't... The USMC, the United States Marine Corps, are Uncle Sam's misguided children. The Navy always gives them a ride. Yeah, we don't send Marines anywhere. We don't send Marines anywhere. Yeah, the Navy, yeah, a single missile cruiser could depopulate that tiny country. Yes, right? There is a reason why. Okay, there is a reason why the Navy is the Navy with the Department of the Navy. I can't say the Navy. I gotta say the Department of the Navy. The Department of the Navy is the only self-contained air, land, and sea force that the United States has. Because the Marines are under the Department of the Navy. The Navy doesn't let them go anywhere without fire support. But here's the better question. Why would you make fun? Yeah, Navy SEALs are Navy. You don't have to be in the Navy to be in the Navy SEALs. Any operator, oh, actually, it's not even any operator. Anybody can apply to go to SEAL school. Lots of tier 2 operators apply to go to the SEALs because they want to be tier 1 operators. But you also have some of the best candidates at SEAL school are not already existing special operators. They go, they apply, they become SEALs, and then they have the really awkward position of now because you don't learn the branch of service until after you're graduated. So it's like a really weird thing for a very small minority. But they become Navy SEALs, and now they have no idea the culture of the Navy. And so people laugh. They're like, oh yeah, on top of all this Navy SEAL shit you're doing now you got to figure out how to be a member of the Navy. They come from other branches of service, but the Navy's all fucking ass backwards from the other branches of service. Which is fine. But I don't know why you would laugh about the SEALs. This is your Vietnam. So you want people to die. That's your point. That's your position. You want people to die. That's what you're asking for, right? That's what you're asking for. What's the aftermath of the shooting? The aftermath of the shooting is now nobody actually wants to acknowledge that we have a problem. What we want to do is we want to make... Everybody wants to do the Spider-Man. The people that say it was the trans people want to say that they all need mental health treatment. The other people are saying, the non-gun owners are saying we need strict gun control laws. The gun owners are all saying it's the trans people's fault. And nobody wants to actually be held to task where, honestly, there is no single answer. There's simply no... There is no single answer for how to fix it. Even the assault weapons ban which existed, which was a stupid law anyway, wouldn't have stopped this tragedy. As I talked about the other day, the assault weapons ban has to have two. Why can't it be both? Because it's not any of them. That's the problem. Which Castle law are you talking about? Castle Doctrine? The reason why it can't be both is simple. Home defense, yeah, it's the Castle Doctrine. Lots of American states already have it. The Castle Doctrine. So in my state, I don't have a stand your ground law in my state because I have a 2-floor home. If I go downstairs and I'm armed, and I happen to be armed at the time, and I see burglars in my home, I'm not allowed to shoot them because I'm not in any danger. I have the ability to retreat upstairs and call 911. If I get upstairs and they start to come up the stairs, I have to retreat into a bedroom. It's only when they follow me to a point where I can no longer retreat that I can pull the Danny DeVito and start blasting. In Florida, if I come down the stairs and I see 2 intruders in my house, pop, 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 pop. Yeah, 911. Yeah, this is John Jalan. I'm gonna need a dinner reservation for 2. We don't have a single standard of laws in America. Yeah, Florida's better. Florida's better. The problem is we don't teach people what the law is, and we allow people to move state to state, and then people move state to state and they don't know what the law of the state is. Now, I'll tell you right now, you come into my house, the individual was too close, I felt the need to defend myself. Just how it's going to be. Because it depends on where my kids are, depends on where my wife is. If I don't know exactly where everybody is in my house at the time and you're in my house, you're not going to be a threat. I'm going to neutralize the threat. I'll take the consequences down the road. If I actively know everybody is upstairs, that changes it. But if I don't well, why'd you shoot him? I didn't know where my family was. I just knew that I had a clean line of sight between here and there. What if I bring beer and pizza? If you bring beer and pizza to my house, what that means is that you and I are friends. And if you and I are friends, you know not to walk in my house. You know to ring the fucking doorbell. Because if I open the doorbell and I say, oh, it's you, come on in, man. Game's just getting started. Nobody just walks in my house. My own family doesn't just walk in my house. No, it's a great question, though. It's a great question. Some people have that open door policy. I no longer do. A couple of years ago, that shit with kids were walking into people's houses. We used to at my house, whenever we first opened the door for the day, the front door just stayed open for the rest of the day. Now we lock it. Because people were just walking in other people's houses. That shit ain't gonna fly. But the gun aftermath is, yeah, I couldn't retreat upstairs anymore. I have neuropathy in my leg. I was afraid my leg would give out on the stairs. But everybody's doing this. Look, as I said, I did 3 videos over the weekend. Every gun owner who goes to a firing range on a regular basis knows a person that they won't go onto the active firing line if that person's also out there. Ken or Janet has shot the ceiling, shot the floor, shot the wall, shot down somebody else's lane at the paper target. They've pointed a live weapon down the range. You all know that person. Every fucking shooting range has that person. I believe everybody should be able to have the constitutionally protected right to have a gun. Not that person. And if I'm willing to say I know people that should not have guns, then we'll start there. Literally every force support squadron has, oh shit, man. Jace, do you know the walk down So you've got the range, right? And then you're all in a line like this. And then you're walking this way, and then they say triangle. So you all turn and you shoot the triangle. There was one person, they were scheduled to be behind me, and I said, oh, fuck no. No. And the range instructor was like, why? And I pointed to the post. They shot the fucking post on the front side of it. I said, no fucking way. And the range instructor was like, well, you have to do the exercise. Then fucking write me up and I'll come back another day. But this fucker is not going to be behind me when they have turned and discharged their weapon before the barrel was downrange. Not fucking doing it. And all the range instructor said to the person is like, is this true? And the person's like, yeah, it's true. The range instructor's like, you shouldn't be doing this exercise then. You fuck no. Fuck no. You shot the fucking outside post. No. We have people in the military that we know. Yeah, the back of the head from a foot fucking way, man. And if we're willing to say that shit, then I'm not saying I want to take away everybody's guns. I don't really want to take away anybody's guns. I just want there to be people who get the help they need. One guy argued with me, well, I'm a combat vet. He was adamant about, I'm a combat vet. Nobody has the right to take away my pew-pew. Dude, I'm a vet. And if I was in crisis, I would like there to be a system of some sort where if my psychiatrist or my psychologist says, Jalan has entered into another spiral, I believe him having firearms at this time is going to lead to unchecked death. I would not be objected to the idea of the authorities coming along and being like, hey, you're the registered owner of this many firearms. Be like, yeah. They're like, we're going to go ahead and until you get a clean bill of health, confiscate those. Would it suck? Yeah. Am I adamantly against it? No. 17 vets die a day. 74% of them die due to gunshot wounds. Now, well, I don't want it to be arbitrary. How is it arbitrary? No, it's down. We're actually down. The most recent complete year available is 17.6. People are using 2023, 2024 numbers, but those numbers aren't finished being vetted yet. So. But everybody's pointing at everybody else. And until everybody, like, I want the leading spokesperson for the NRA, the leading spokesperson for the transgender community, and the leading spokesperson for the new assault weapons ban to all have to go into a room. And then I want them to have to not make their own argument. I want them all to have to do an advocacy brief where they take somebody else's argument. Because the problem is, there is no solution until everybody realizes they're going to have to give a little bit. Were all the guns and ammo from the shooter's dad's house? No. He bought those weapons lawfully. And of the 3 weapons purchased, until they release, and I don't know if they released over the weekend, until they release the actual specifications of the rifle very well may not have ever been banned under the assault weapons ban. It's like I said on Friday, to be a banned weapon by the assault weapons ban, it has to have basically a bump stock, a pistol grip, a bayonet mount, a barrel that is either a flash suppressor or can accept a flash suppressor, and a fucking grenade launcher. Like, grenades are already outlawed. A transgender individual that was detransitioning and hated his life and hated himself, and probably has some relate because he went to that Catholic school, so he probably has some trauma attached, but he decided to kill a bunch of people. Look, man, if in our society if we're going to have boxes at the fire department and boxes at the hospitals that moms can drop off their newborn and face no repercussions, then maybe, just maybe, we need to have the suicide box. Maybe, just maybe, I'm just thinking out loud here, maybe if we didn't penalize people who try to commit suicide and fail, maybe if we just let them eject themselves off the planet, we would fix the problem and not have school shootings. Hey, you're sad and you want to end it all? Go to your local hospital. Round back. Stand in the white box. Next. Jesus, there's a lot of them out here today. That's what you do. Europeans can commit suicide legally. In America, you can't take your own life legally. It's a fucking crime. I thought you can't buy a weapon if you attempted suicide. You thought wrong, because there's no national database. The gun shop owner will never know that you have a suicide attempt, because there's no national database. There is no psychological evaluation before buying a firearm. That's why a national database would be really fucking good. Why? Because if I interview this patient and this patient has suicidal or morbid or homicidal ideation, then I just go onto a database real quick, and as I do, it clips a copy off to the fucking national database. And if that guy goes down to Walmart, hey man, I'm gonna need your ID and your social security number. Yeah, sorry, I can't sell you a firearm today. But you know what's fucked up about that? Wasn't this like the red flag law? No. The red flag law does kind of do some things. Are you talking about the Brady bill? Let me make sure that we're on the same page. Are you talking about the Brady bill, or are you talking about something else? I want to make sure that I don't, because my brain naturally assumed Brady bill. But if you're not talking about the Brady bill, let's make sure that we're all on the same page. Where you have a history of, yes, that's the Brady bill. That is the Brady Handgun Violence Prevention Act, which went into effect in 1994. It prevents criminals and other prohibited individuals from buying their firearms. It requires a federally licensed firearm dealer to run a background check. And now we have a NICS. It's the National Instant Criminal Background Check, which provides nearly instant approval or denial. The problem is not everybody's information gets into it, and mentally ill individuals don't ever get loaded into it. Felons, fugitives, people with certain mental health adjudications, which means they've pled not guilty due to reason of insanity, people that are convicted of domestic abuse, illegal immigrants, and those dishonorably discharged from the military. The piece that it's missing is that it doesn't grab. There's no way for a psychologist to actively submit. It also only stops gun purchases. It doesn't keep track of who's a gun owner. What people they don't want to accept is the police had been out at that individual's house twice for mental health concerns. Well, in my mind, If the police come to your house due to mental health concerns, they should know if there's guns in the house. Well, I don't want to. The Constitution doesn't say anything of the fucking kind. If the NRA and the Second Amendment people are just going to keep saying, well, the Constitution says, then maybe they should fucking read the Constitution. Because that's not what the Constitution says. It's not where it comes from out of the Pennsylvania Declaration. The Pennsylvania Constitution. It's not where it comes from in the English Bill of Rights. None of it. None of it. Nothing says you are allowed to own a gun for the simple fact of owning a gun. I don't think people that are making these arguments have actually ever read anything to do with how hard it was for them to get the Bill of Rights passed. Anything that limits guns in any way is obviously leftist propaganda and the work of the deep state. You're right. And that's what people keep saying. And why we're never going to have progress. Because what I want to show people is the founding fathers, if they hadn't intended this piece, right? If the founding fathers hadn't intended the first piece, then this is what the Second Amendment would look like. That's it. If the founding fathers didn't want the well-regulated militia part of it, the Second Amendment is not a single topic amendment. None of the amendments are. None of the amendments are. You gotta actually read the Federalist Papers. You have to read the People's Journals. You have to know what was going on. What was this? What was another part of this that people don't realize? It was making it so that the federal government would not be allowed to tell the states they couldn't have a militia. Because the Second Amendment says a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The Second Amendment is not just about gun control. It's about states' sovereign rights to be able to defend themselves from an overly oppressive federal government. But when the NRA wants to get into a debate, well, the Supreme Court has already ruled. Yeah, they ruled on Roe versus Wade as well, and they later reversed their decision. Because after contemplation, after consideration, after different people were on the bench, they said, you know what? We shouldn't have done that. We have got to stop with the bullshit. And I'm sorry, until we're willing to do that, we're going to be a society that's littered with crime. Period. Well, in the places that have concealed carry and more lax gun control, there's less gun crime. No, there's not less gun crime. I'm sorry. There's less gun crime. You are right. There is less gun crime, but there's not less gun violence. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Even if you stop an active shooter, you didn't commit a crime, you still committed gun violence. Every time a cop has to kill somebody, he didn't commit a crime, he committed violence. Violence is a word we don't teach anymore because I think we want the population to be dumb. We want the population to be dumb. We are living in this right now, and it scares the shit out of me. I just finished 1984 for the first time as an adult. Well, not as an adult, but as a retiree. I think Trump's inner circle read this and thought this was a fucking instruction manual. Because holy shit, are we living in 1984 right now? The amount of misinformation that you are given, it's not even misinformation. The amount of disinformation you are given every single day to try to control you is scary. The information that you're given about banks and bank loans, the fact that people don't realize this, Donald Trump knows his party is going to lose in the midterm elections. Why? Because historically speaking, we always have a flipping of the party on the midterm elections. There are times where we don't, but historically speaking, it is more likely rather than less likely that the majority party will change away from the president at the midterm election. So why did Donald Trump turn around and pass an executive order about flag burning? Donald Trump can't pass an executive order about flag burning. You don't think that he can get enough seats from gerrymandering stuff? No, he can't. Because for every state that they gerrymander to get seats, a Democratic state can gerrymander to offset. Remember, the party of the oppressed always has a higher vote turnout than the party in power. And as a former political scientist studying elections, here's the problem. You see at work on election day, you see the polls showing this, right? And you're leaving work, and it's a shitty, rainy, cold, dreary night. And you're a Republican. We're up by enough. I'm just going home. You're a Democrat. I got to get out the vote. Because I see a lead, I don't have that motivation to go vote. But the underdog absolutely does. And then what happens is seats flip, and a lot of people are like, the rest of you should have voted, pretending like they're the member of the party that voted. We're a country that 60 to 65% of eligible voters actually vote. If 30 to 40% of this country isn't voting, why aren't they voting? Because they don't give a shit. But they give a shit enough to bitch about it. They give a shit enough to have an opinion. Remember that it's illegal to give water to people waiting to vote. Right. The more a state gerrymanders the state, the thinner a margin of the rest of the districts become. Also true. The more you gerrymander, the more you have to be careful that you don't lose districts because of disenfranchised. For example, people believe that Donald Trump, now this isn't a statement about Donald Trump didn't win the election. He won the election. He's the legitimate president. He got all that. But when we get into the nuance of it, Donald Trump didn't win the election. Kamala Harris lost the election. Because although we saw massive amounts of voter turnout, a Republican president won the popular vote. Yet, how did that happen? It's because Democrats refused to vote for Kamala Harris because they took away those Democrats' protected right for a primary. When Biden dropped off the ticket, Kamala Harris should have turned around and she should have said at the convention, for the first round of voting, I released the delegates from every state that had a primary to cast their vote however they choose. I want you to cast your vote however you choose. Nobody would have won in the first round at the Democratic convention. Nobody. But the resentment that many Democrats had towards being stuck with a candidate they didn't want would have been smoothed over. The Democrats would have had an embarrassing convention. It would have been hard. It would have been rough. It would have been ugly. It would have been dirty. But it would have been better than the shit they did. The democratic process in this country is broken. The fact that we have gerrymandering is broken. The fact that people tolerate it is broken. But it's what we have. It's what we have. It's what we're always going to have. We're always going to have it because there's no way to mobilize enough people to sit down and talk about one issue at a time. My issue, I want to fix the budget and then education. And I think if we're all being reasonable people, fixing the budget and then education are the two most important things. But you know that a transgender wants transgender rights to be the number one issue. And you know that a member of the NRA wants gun owners' rights to be the number one issue. And you know the victims, the parents of who have lost children to mass shooting incidents, they want the assault weapons ban to be the number one issue. And when I say, guys, in order to do all those other things, we have to have a balanced budget and we have to fix education. Well, I'm not going to wait for my problem to get fixed. So that's how, in order for the Congress people to get anything done, they say to the people who want the assault weapons ban, here's an assault weapons ban. And then they go to the NRA and they say, here's the assault weapons ban that doesn't actually ban anything that you give a shit about. In order for a semi-automatic rifle to be considered an assault weapon, it has to have a detachable magazine and 2 of the 5 following characteristics. It has to have basically a bump stock, a trigger, a pistol trigger. It has to have a bayonet mount, a grenade launcher, or a flash suppressor. Well, flash suppressors are already illegal from another law anyway. Grenade launchers are already illegal for 3 other laws anyway. Whether I agree with your perspective or not, single issue voters have always pissed me off, and they do. And I don't want to be a single issue voter. But we have to fix the budget first. Why can't we fix women, infants, and children? Because we don't have a balanced budget. Why can't we fix housing? Because we don't have a balanced budget. Why can't we fix school loans? Because we don't have a balanced budget. Why can't we fix... If it has to do with money, you can't fix it till we have a balanced budget. Period. No, but when people say that, I'm not a single issue person, but if it has to do with money, we got to fix it. And so when people say, well, you're a single issue voter, no, I'm about a 900 issue voter. And when I'm actually working on this as a project, those are the first key issues. Those are the first key issues. I'm going to put this up on the screen. I'm going to take a real quick break and get another root beer, and then we're going to talk about your question. All right, so, a long time ago in a land far away on this show, I once said something and it offended some transgender individuals. And what I said to them was, stop asking me to call singular people they, them. We're not still working on gay, in your country. No, you're in this country. We aren't working on gay rights in this country. Not gay rights. What rights don't gay people have? So some transgenders got offended because I said I will not refer to an individual as they, them, because it's grammatically incorrect. And a lot of people jump to my shit and they say they, them has always been used for singles. And I said, no, the fuck it hasn't. It absolutely the fuck has not. And they're like, yeah. And they started quoting shit. And they're like, well, Shakespeare did it and Chaucer did it. And I said, yeah, Shakespeare also told a love story about statutory rape. What's your point? And I said, it's grammatically incorrect. And I have spent the last about year chasing this down. Now, I don't always have a lot of time with my health, but I've never stopped chasing it down. And I finally have an answer for this. I finally have an answer. In Latin, it is grammatically incorrect to refer to a single as they, them. In fact, not only is it grammatically incorrect, you simply can't, you simply cannot do it. Like, you can't do it. Just like in Spanish, non-binary is either non-binary ending in an O or non-binary ending in an A, depending on the gender of the person. The language doesn't allow it. And I'm not saying languages can't be changed. So how does that impact English? Well, remember, Roman Catholic schools, up until the mid-90s, were heavily influenced by the church. And because you had the dichotomy of the Latin Mass and the English education in the attached school, the pastor, who was the approver of the curriculum in conjunction with the principal, did not allow books that taught they, them being plural. Because in the pastor's opinion, now keep in mind, this is going back to a guy that would have been taught in the 50s and 60s to be a priest. And he was still speaking Latin at Mass. So when he was being brought in conjunction with the school, which book do we do? And he would see these mistakes where they were talking about they as a plural. He'd be like, well, not that one, because that's incorrect. So when individuals get mad and they say, well, you're not referring to me with my appropriate pronouns, it's because you're asking me to violate everything I was taught about this particular language. Well, other people your age. And that's where I was confused. That's where I have spent about the last year digging into it. I finally have my answer. The answer is because it goes against something so ingrained into you. So ingrained into you. You have a single individual who has no problem demanding of you, making the ask of you, and they're not, when you say, well, why? They can reference an undeclared specified gender per Oxford. Again, I don't give a fuck about Oxford. I give a fuck about I was taught for 12 fucking years that you can't do it. And the reason why is because English in the Roman Catholic education system copied fucking Latin. So it doesn't matter. You're like literally walking into the point. It doesn't matter two squirts of fucking rat piss if you try to convince Roman Catholics who were educated up to 1995 that they can do it, because you're trying to tell them 12 years of their education is wrong. Because it is wrong if the version of English you learned reflects Latin structure. And the moment people do exactly what you just did, it shuts the conversation down because you're trying to be right and telling me I'm wrong, but it doesn't fucking matter because it's not wrong. Many languages don't allow they, it allows neuter. Spanish, Latin, many of the languages that are constructed, he, she, it. They boys, they girls, they undeclared. You can't turn around and mandate people do something they don't want to do and say, but the dictionary says, when literally, no the fuck it doesn't. Well, Shakespeare did and Chaucer did. Well, just because they were grammatically in-fucking correct doesn't make it right. Was Shakespeare redefining the English language, or was Shakespeare writing entertaining language? He was writing entertaining language. Got it. That fucking bullshit that people do is why the conversation shuts down. Now, understanding that a language can evolve and understanding where it came from. So instead of calling them they, use it. Actually, calling them it by Latin, Greek, Spanish, English that's modeled off the church, that would be the only other option. So when people say, I don't think that's right, and they get beaten over the head, no wonder why the opposition side shuts down. When you have 3.3 million transgenders in America telling 1 billion worldwide Catholics they don't understand English, the 1 billion will turn around and say, you know what? Fuck off. We'll just do it our way. And then, exactly. That's why some people say, if you don't like he, you don't like she. Then, no, he's saying fuckhead. Like, the response is, instead of it, he put fuckhead in quotes. Because mine is, if you don't like he and you don't like she and you yell at me, I'll just call you fuckhead. Hey, fuckwit. Excuse me, ma'am. I don't identify as a ma'am. Hey, fuckwit. Fetch my food. That's the problem. Now, I've spent a year, a little more than a year, chasing this down rabbit hole after rabbit hole after rabbit hole, and it has not been the easiest rabbit hole, right? It has not been the easiest rabbit hole. I actually had to find the books. And it was a particular book company, and they were called, the book company that made the books for the Catholic Church was Loyola Press. Is there any confusion as to why the books made for Catholic schools were geared towards Latin when they were published by a, at the time, heavily influenced religious publisher? Probably makes sense. I don't know how many people who would have spent a year chasing this down the rabbit hole when every time I try to speak on something, idiotic transgenders who are poorly representing their community decide to say some next level ignorant ass shit to me. Now, as far as people trying to overturn the gay marriage ruling, I understand why lesbian and gay couples would be upset that there are individuals bringing cases to the Supreme Court to try to get that overturned. I understand. That's a scary fucking thing. I understand. But getting mad at me and putting a label on me that I don't appreciate doesn't make me want to help you. Like the woman who says, you're either cis or you're trans. And I said, nah, I don't identify with a term that was created after my birth. You can apply that shit to everybody born in 1994 and onward. I precede the term. I have to be given the choice whether or not I want to choose it. And they're like, well, then it doesn't matter what your opinion is. Well, if it doesn't matter what the fuck my opinion is, why are you spending so much time trying to change my opinion? Well, because we need your vote. Oh, so my opinion does matter. You can't have your ask be, my opinion doesn't matter, but vote for the things I want you to vote for. That's a really, like, at face value, that's a really good fucking way to get me to just not vote the way you want. Like, if I didn't have any sort of feeling, any sort of way on the topic, and you basically tell me how I have to vote, then I'll vote the other way. Like, for example, great correlation. I got a postcard. I got a postcard because I haven't voted for a stock merger. So I went in and I looked, and I voted yes, no. I voted yes, you may talk about, yes, you may talk about the merger. No, you may not talk about your compensation package. So now at the shareholders meeting, I'm hoping everybody votes yes, no. Yes, you may talk about the merger, but no, you may not have any discussions about the compensation package. Sorry, I don't think that you should be talking about getting compensated while you're busy fucking us out of a shares of stock that have lost like 75% of their value. I'm sure they're going to be mad if they're not allowed to talk about their compensation package. I'm not against everybody having equal rights. Because the moment I'm against everybody having equal rights, the very next words out of my mouth should be, I should have the unequal rights. If you're against everybody having equal rights, then you're the one that you should have less than. I don't care. Like, and it's gotten to the point where I'm kind of numb about it. I don't care if two women want to get married. I don't care if two men want to get married. I don't care if a man and a woman want to get married. I don't care if one who identifies as whatever they want and one who identifies as whatever they want to get married. I don't care. What I care about is that they're both above the age of consent and they're both consenting. That's all I care about. That's it. I do care about when members of a community shoot fucking 2 Catholic school kids and murder them and wound how many dozens of others, and you won't condemn the violence. It should go without saying that I don't support violence. No, it should never go without saying. Because it happens because it goes without saying. If I was the president and you asked me a question about Israel, each and every time you ask me a question about Israel, my response would be, I condemn Israel's actions in the Gaza Strip. I personally believe they are war crimes. I personally am not authorizing any more aid to go to Israel because they're too busy killing innocent Palestinians in the name of finding Hamas. The problem becomes when people talk about, this woman asked the question, let me grab her video real quick and I'll show the video and why we need to be careful what shit we actually get involved in. Gotta grab it off my phone. So this woman makes a post.
Y'all piss me off when you say shit like this. Everywhere Palestinians go, trouble follows. But y'all can't tell me the difference between a Ghazawi or Lebanese or Iraqi. Fuck, y'all don't even know the difference between a Palestinian and a Pakistani. Y'all piss me off.
Okay. Everywhere Palestinians go, trouble follows. 1970, Jordan, Black September. 1970s, Lebanon, PLO, state within a state. 1990s, Kuwait, some openly supported Hussein's invasion. 2007, Lebanon, Fatah al-Islam. 2011, Syria, Yarmouth. 2007, elections, election of Hamas. Those are just some of the highlights. So, again, stop making fucking videos when you know damn well, when you know fucking full damn well that there's enough historical evidence to show that everywhere the Palestinian people have tried to go, they have brought violence with them. Admit the violence. Because if you deny the violence, I have to fill up the airwaves with 9 examples, 5 examples, 50 examples. But if you turned around and said, I admit everywhere the Palestinian people have been displaced to and tried to build something for themselves, inevitably somebody else tries to come away and take it, so they become violent. I would say, yeah, you're absolutely right, because that is the state of nature. That is what we know about all of human fucking history. That is what we know about human psychology. That is what we know about human identity. That is what fucking cultural anthropology teaches us. Psychology teaches us. History teaches us. Palestine had their country yanked out from under them. No, they did not. No, they did not. No, they did not. There has never, ever, ever the fuck been ever a country on this planet called Palestine. There has never been a country called Palestine. Ever. There has never been a country called Palestine. The Ottoman Empire decided to start some shit or be involved in some shit, and the English took the opportunity to liberate their holy land from who they considered to be the infidels. There was no Palestine. The British Palestine Mandate stated those individuals would have Palestine. There's also never been a country called Kurdistan either, but they live in a region and they would call their country, right? No. See, what you're trying to do now is you're trying to deal red and blue cards in the same hand. There's never been a country called Kurdistan. You are correct. You shouldn't be referring to that as a country, because it's not. You can't turn around and say they had their country taken out from under them when there's never been a country called that. Should there be? Should there be an independent state of northern Iraq, southeastern Turkey, northwestern Iran, and northern Syria? I don't know. But I know there's never been one. See, I know there's never been one, so they never lost the country. Palestine never lost the country. I wish to God that they had just accepted the first time back in the 40s that Israel offered them, but they don't want that. See, what they forget is, to the victors go the spoils. When Britain conquered that area, Britain could have killed every single man, woman, and child there. They could have. They could have expelled them all back to the Ottoman Empire. But they didn't, because they didn't give a shit about anywhere else. They gave a shit about Jerusalem. They gave a little bit of shit about Bethlehem. That's what we have to be. See, that's where people say you're arguing semantics. No, there's not semantics. There was a country called the Confederate States of America. There was a country called that. They got their ass kicked in the Civil War, and that country went away. If you made the argument that some of the southern states probably aren't happy with the way the fucking current thing goes because they had their own country and they just wanted to do their own thing and they were attacked by the Union and blah, 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 I'd be like, yeah, that's an argument. It's an argument that I hate, but it's an argument because that country existed. You can't turn around and say the Palestinian people lost their country. Was their land yanked out from underneath them? Yeah. Their land was taken. Why did they wait between the time of the British Mandate and the creation of Israel? Why weren't they more concerned? Because they thought they were going to get British citizenship. So then wait, hold on. So then is Israel's claim more legitimate? Yes. By no definition. No formal government ever recognized the CSA. What do you mean no formal government ever recognized the CSA? Yes, governments did. They got aid from European countries. European countries attempting to destabilize America. So what do you mean they never formally recognized them? If you give them aid, you're recognizing them. Besides, are we going to make the argument now that you have to be recognized to be a country? Well, then why has no Middle Eastern country ever recognized Palestine? Because it's never existed. Israel's claim to that land is the most legitimate claim because everybody knows and everybody accepts, if you track history all the way back, numerous cultures, numerous societies all document the expulsion of the Israelis from that land. The Romans do, the Egyptians do. It's not like they weren't there first and everybody's pretending they weren't. They were. So we got to be really careful when we say it, like, well, Israel's claim is invalid. Israel's claim trumps everybody's. And I personally don't give a shit because it's not my homeland. But you can't turn around and say that there wasn't a King David of Israel when he's mentioned in historical records that are accepted by sovereign nations. All world leaders recognize CSA as a belligerent status and were formally neutral. Right. And why? Okay. They were belligerent, but you were giving them aid. Why? Why did nobody recognize them? They hedged their bets. If we recognize them, the union's going to be pissed at us. If the union wins, they're going to be pissed at us and it's going to impact us. If we give them aid, if we give the Confederacy aid, but we don't recognize them, no matter who wins, we'll be on good terms with the new government. Why would it? Would that justify everything they've been doing? So then also say natives have a claim to your land and your country. Yes. If Jordan gives aid to Palestine, well, you can't give aid to Palestine because there is no Palestine. If Jordan gives aid to the Palestinians, does that declare them an official state? If they give it to Palestine, then Jordan would be acknowledging a Palestine. If they give it to the Palestinians, no, it doesn't declare them an official state. You're giving aid to hungry people. As far as the natives, yes, the natives have a legitimate claim to the land in this country. They have a legitimate claim. The problem is they lost every goddamn war they fought with the white man. I don't say that makes it right, but there's no way to easily unwind it. No, Israel has zero legitimate justification for what they've done in Gaza. Zero. If I was the president, I would have cut off aid to Israel probably 2 weeks after they went in. I would have said, look, guys, you proved your fucking point. Don't fuck with Israel. Now go home. I would not give Israel one replacement bean, blanket, bullet, Band-Aid, not one bomb, not one F-35 part. Fuck them. Palestine is recognized as a state by 76% of the UN nations. They can't possibly be recognized as a state by 76% of the UN nations. You know why? Because the UN has a fucking plan for that area that has been offered to who? Palestine. How many times? So which one of the 8 do they recognize? Which geographical area? The UN had 75 years to do their job. So what? So what's your point? If 76% of the UN nations recognize them as a state, where are the 76% of those UN nations militaries and why aren't they in Gaza? Because that area is not Israel's. Why don't any of those nations ring up Hamas on the telephone and say, yeah, we'll put 50,000 peacekeepers in the Gaza Strip. How say you? Nobody fucking recognizes Palestine for the sake of anything other than getting Israel to go home. Let's stop with the bullshit. Any one of those nations could put peacekeepers in the way. And guess what? They could put peacekeepers in the way with the little navy light blue fucking dildo covers, and Israel would be up Shit's Creek if they bombed or killed any of them. Why don't any of them do it? Why is it everywhere in the Middle East they'll defend every other group of refugees, but ain't nobody opened their borders to the Palestinians? Why is it Egypt has a fucking gate they can open? And you think they'd be allowed to with the US getting involved and having everything to do with the Middle East? Dude, what are you talking about? We've been trying for 20 fucking years to get out of the Middle East. We don't want to deal with that shithole anymore. It's not even worth it for us to be there anymore. We want Saudi Arabia to step up and be the United States of the the Middle. Israel is the biggest brother. Fuck off. Why did we bomb Iran then? Because Iran being nuclear is a big fucking threat. Or you do not want Iran to have nuclear weapons. We do not want Iran to have nuclear weapons because they're like us. Once they have them, they're gonna fucking use them. We don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons. I don't want half of the fucking countries on this planet. Where was the proof? No, it wasn't Israel claiming that. Let me stop you. Get the fucking hand out of your ass that's working your mouth like a puppet. We've known for years that they're working on uranium enrichment. We created the Stuxnet virus to disrupt their centrifuges at their nuclear enrichment facilities. You don't build a fucking enrichment facility in a mountain unless you're developing shit you don't want the other people to blow up. You don't do what you're doing if you're building light water reactors. If I was building light water reactors, I would let every fucking inspector in the world come in. Because the enrichment process at a light water reactor cannot be weaponized. We've known about it and we've disrupted them for the last 30 years. Trust me, it was a fucking major talking point and a lessons learned we had to do about learning about information warfare and electronic warfare as opposed to bombing. What did Iran learn after we fucking put a virus in all their centrifuges? Don't connect our fucking nuclear enrichment facilities to the internet. Yeah, but you're saying, where's the proof? It's just Israel claiming that. Look up the Stuxnet virus. It'll give you all that. If we didn't want Iran to have nuclear weapons, we should have had the nuclear deal. Additionally, only bombing after Israel does it look like the U.S. didn't think it was a threat. Okay, if you're going to play games with causation and correlation, then I can't really help you. We had credible intel that they had a facility close to finishing weapons-grade enrichment. We don't bomb people. We don't... The B-2s don't go anywhere unless an awful lot of people sign off that the intel is credible. For anybody that's under the delusion that the President of the United States can do whatever he wants with whatever military asset he wants, that is not true in the slightest. That is not true. The President of the United States can say, I'd like to do this, and then a whole lot of people go to work. And a whole lot of people roll back up and they say, confirm, or the intel's not there. People believe that the men and women of the Air Force, that the tens of thousands of people that are involved in the B-2s bombing shit on the other side of the world would all just went along with it. They didn't. Every wing commander of every piece and every component of that had to be convinced. Otherwise, they would have said, I'm not convinced. Because that's their fucking job. That's their job. That is why we have multiple fucking functions divided among multiple MAJCOMs, multiple major commands. The guy that controls the B-2 bombers does not control the fighter escort. The guy that owns the B-2 bombers and the fighter escort does not control aerial refueling. In order for that shit to happen, no less than four-star generals were in concurrence that this action needed to happen. Because if any one of those 4 generals said, this doesn't need to happen, it doesn't happen. Saying we only bombed them because Israel bombed them. We bombed them because we had credible intel that they had a weapons-grade enrichment facility, which we've known about since they built it. The fucking problem is Donald Trump didn't want to bomb it. Donald Trump walked away from the deal. If POTUS attacked a sovereign nation without authorization from Congress, he acted unilaterally. No, the fuck he didn't. Learn the goddamn fucking law. What the fuck part of the War Powers Act did you fall asleep for? This is why I'm mean to people. You don't know what in the fuck you're talking about. The War Powers Act signed by Congress, approved by Congress. The War Power, motherfucker, do you know what the War Powers Act even says, or are you just repeating the mainstream media? The War Powers Act allows the fucking President of the United States as Commander-in-Chief to take offensive actions against any sovereign nation for a period of time not to exceed 30 days with an additional 30 days withdrawal time. He is only required to notify Congress within 48 hours after the act. Period. Guess who passed that? Congress did. So don't turn around and think you know shit if you don't know shit. If you're gonna say stuff like he acted unilaterally, no, he didn't. First of all, he has to convince a whole lot of people to do what he wants them to do. Do you think that fucking men and women in the United States military fucking get promoted to the rank of 010? Who've had three congressional fucking appointments? Are just like, hey man, I'm gonna go golf today, but the Cheeto poof wants to bomb Iran. Well, fucking bomb Iran, man. No. He has to prove imminent threat. No, he does not. Where the fuck does it say that? Where the motherfuck does it say he has to prove shit? The U.S. doesn't want to get involved in the Middle East. What Israel is doing is not okay. How do we get there, in your opinion? How we get there is for the President of the United States to stop being worried about getting into heaven, and for the President of the United States to say, hey, Israel, I'm shutting down your war replenishment. It involves Congress saying, we're not giving any funding money to Israel. But where do you get the idea that he has to prove imminent threat? He has to be able to say, I feel this was an imminent threat. And that is it. He doesn't have to prove anything. There's not a hearing. He says, I'm doing this because I feel this was a threat. This is why I did it. Where's the proof? He has to just state why he did it. The president must notify Congress within 48 hours of committing the U.S. armed forces to combat or situations where hostilities are imminent. He did. I bombed Iran using stealth bombers. I'm not committing any ground forces. So, again, if you're going to talk about the War Powers Act, you actually have got to have read it, studied it, loved it, taken it to the bath with you, eaten a fucking meal, eaten a salad, understood the nuance. It nowhere anywhere does it say he has to approve anything. There's no hearing. There's no court of reasonable doubt. There's no beyond a shadow of a doubt. There's no more, the preponderance of evidence is more likely rather than less likely. The guy says, hey guys, you know all that fucking intel that we have? That Iran is constantly trying to enrich nuclear material? In my opinion, as commander-in-chief, I bombed them because I felt that the threat of them having nuclear weapons was imminent. And then some of the people on the intel committee will be like, yep. Because how do you think the president gets his intel? Do you think the president gets special uber-duber secret intel that the ranking members of the Senate Intelligence Committee don't get? They read the same memos. So, stop saying shit like the president that you don't like did things unilaterally and say you just don't like the fact that he bombed Iran. And then I can live with that. I don't like the fact that he bombed Iran. Really? Okay, I could live with that. What did Iran do? Chucked a couple of missiles at a couple of US sites. Wounded a couple of people. Where's the UN inviting... where's Iran inviting the UN into Iran to see that it was a light water reactor? They were in a mountain. Why are they doing their enriching there? Because every other time, we blow the shit out of their enrichment facilities. By the way, you say we shouldn't have walked away from the deal. We've been trying to give Iran nuclear power for years. They don't want nuclear power that they can't enrich to nuclear weapons. They refuse to accept light water reactors. They refuse. Why is that? Well, because it insults us as a sovereign nation. Okay, I can get down with that answer. I can get down with that shit. It insults us as a sovereign nation. Cool. Good answer. Maybe the Palestinians should look at Iran and say, God damn, that's how you give an answer. Why are we so mad? We want a sovereign nation. Okay, well then sign the deal that is currently on the table. No, we want from the river to the sea. Well, that shit ain't ever gonna happen. I'm not saying Israel is justified, but that one I do understand. We've been trying to give you fucking people a nation for 70 years. And you elected a government that in its charter, line number 7, I believe, is the extermination of the Israeli state and all of its people. Well, goddamn if your neighbors are a little upset at you. You don't think that the Israelis have a right to not have every one of their neighbors be terrorist organizations? Why is it Israel and Egypt are cool as shit with each other? Because Egypt invaded Israel. If you're not aware of this, this is important shit. A lot of people don't know this, which is sad. And they have to know this shit. If Israel was only about taking land, then what would have happened? Oh, shit. We need Egypt, not Algeria. So, what happened was, these guys tried to invade these guys, and these guys said, oh, fuck no, bitch. And they pushed these guys all the way back here. That's a terrible color. They pushed these guys all the way back here and took over all of this. And they could have seized it. They could have kept it. Because when you're the attacked and you make gains, the world court almost always says, well, Egypt, you decided to attack them and they're keeping the Sinai Peninsula. No, Egypt was like, in the name of peace, please take this back. Just don't invade us again. Yeah, which is why Egypt isn't saying a damn thing. Because Egypt doesn't want to deal with what Lebanon dealt with and Syria dealt with and Kuwait dealt with. Egypt doesn't want to let the Palestinian people in because they don't give a shit about them because they're not their people. When the lady on the video says you can't even tell the difference between a Pakistani and a Palestinian, you're right. And most Americans can't, because in America we don't give a shit. In America, we're like, dude, I can tell that person's from California. Why? Because they're wearing fucking board shorts, flip-flops, they got long hair, and they keep saying brah. But for the rest of it, we don't give a shit. We don't care. Look, man, how you doing? Good. How you doing? Hey. That's it. We throw each other. We don't even say hi anymore in this society. We throw people an iguana. It's like we got this fucking neck spasm thing. Why the fuck does the rest of the world think that we would know? Like Asians, you don't know what flavor of Asian I am. You're right, I don't, and I don't give a shit. I don't care. I don't care. Are you a sushi Asian? Are you a stir-fry Asian? Are you an egg roll Asian? Are you a chop suey Asian? That's it. Americans don't have time to fucking be that level of racist. We don't give a shit. We don't care. We're still too fucking backwards. White people hating black people. Black people hating Mexican people. Mexican people looking at the white people like, well, we're close enough. This bullshit about Palestine had a fucking country to lose. Palestine never had a country to lose. And you notice that the rest of, like, the UN is supporting the Palestinian people. Uh-huh. That's why they're airdropping food on them and hitting them. Oh, I feel we got to do something. We live in a world that's fucked up. President Trump trying to negotiate a peace deal in the Ukraine where fucking Zelensky's like, I'm not signing a peace deal. Yeah, I never said they didn't. I never said they didn't occupy it. In 1967, they got invaded. Egypt gave it back in the name of peace. You know why it took 15 years? Hold on. Whose fucking fault was it that it took 15 years to get to peace? Was it Israel's fault that it took 15 years to get to peace? Or was it Egypt's fucking fault that it took 15 years to get to peace? What was Egypt's one sticking point? Because if you actually know, they gave that shit back because they asked for one thing. They asked for one thing in 1967. Other than peace. They asked for one thing. Do you know what it was? Because it's a really important one. I'm going to give you a second to Google, and then I'll tell you what the other funny part is. No, the only thing that the only thing that Israel wanted was for Egypt to formally recognize them as a state. That was it. That was it. We want you to recognize us as a state. Why didn't Egypt ask for Gaza? Why didn't Egypt, since they're getting back a huge chunk of land, why didn't they just invite the Palestinians into the Sinai Peninsula? The problem here is that people don't understand the history. Nobody wants the Palestinian people. Nobody wants them. The reason why nobody wants them is exactly what the lady said is exactly true. Everywhere the Palestinian people have gone, they've encountered they can't ever build anything for themselves. Are the prices going to go down after they cancel these tariffs? They're not canceling the tariffs. If you didn't see that one, the appeals court said to the president, you can't do that, but we'll let you keep doing that until it goes to the Supreme Court. Do you honestly believe that stores are going to lower their prices? Why would they? This is what people don't understand about economics. If you're like a woman who goes to Target who complains about prices, I tell her to shut the fuck up because you're 3 stores up from the bottom. Even if they went away, stores won't immediately lower the prices. Stores will say that because we didn't raise the prices right away, we were absorbing those prices into our supply chain. We can't lower the prices right away, but we'll eventually throttle back the prices. And then they'll allow it to go over a fiscal year. And then they'll say, oh, well, inflation rates. Yeah, the price has always been based on what you're willing to pay. Go to Aldi. Go to Walmart. Go to a grocery store. Get your fucking chips at Dollar General. But people go to places like Target and they're like, oh my God, my grocery bill was $300. And then they show this thing and then I go out and I buy the exact same stack of stuff for $54. I'm sorry that people fucking are stupid. I'm sorry people are stupid. I wish they weren't. I wish people weren't stupid. But they are. They are stupid. And well, you would have a bigger audience if you didn't call people stupid. I don't want people that are stupid in my audience. If they're willing to come in and say, I don't know shit, then I'll say, you're not stupid. You're one of the wisest people ever. Because one of the wisest statements ever is, the only thing I know is that I don't. But with that said, we're living in a world where everybody wants to dictate everything to everybody. It's never going to work. People yell and scream at cis white men. Cis white men control 85 to 90% of all the wealth in all the fucking known world. Minus the Middle Eastern families that don't publish their worth. But that's why I say all the known wealth in the known world. The people that don't publish their wealth, like the one Saudi family that's worth like $1.5 trillion because of all the oil that they have the rights to. Well, they don't tell anybody. If you make everybody to blame for your problems, well, you're already blaming me. That's what one person tried to do. Well, you're a cis white male. That's interesting. How's any part of your problem my fault? One guy said to me that shit that I always love when these fucking morons do this shit. You've never struggled a day in your life and it shows. How can you from four YouTube comment posts even remotely get to the conclusion that I've never struggled a day in my life? I'm not saying that the 4 posts say that I've struggled, but how do you get to the point where I never have? Everyone's going to the fallacy school of arguments. If you don't like what I'm saying, I'm pushing a leftist narrative. I don't think I'm pushing a leftist narrative. Because the left wants to ban all guns from everybody. The left doesn't want anybody to have guns. The right wants everybody to have guns. Somebody actually said, we have 11-year-olds walking around this country with guns. No, the motherfuck we do not. Not in the open. If a person that looks to be under the age of 21 gets seen walking around with a gun, it doesn't matter where the fuck they are. With the exception of small agricultural towns where they're operating on their own land. If an 11-year-old is seen on a street corner with a gun, he's getting arrested, the gun is getting confiscated. Then they're going to investigate the gun. And unless the gun was reported stolen, most of the time, even the legal owner of the gun isn't getting the gun back, because the legal owner of the gun would have to incriminate themselves in order to get their gun back. Well, I had the gun locked up, okay, and the next 10 words, and my kid must have gotten it. Well, then your gun wasn't properly locked up. Because it's not locked up if the fucking kid can get into the gun safe. Well, I can't control what my kid does. You know what? You're not getting your gun back. You have a good fucking day. You ain't getting this gun back. Nor should you. Where did we go sideways with people have no responsibility?
You piss me off when you say
and no accountability. Where did we go fucking sideways? Because we went fucking sideways somewhere. I don't know exactly where that somewhere is. But we went fucking sideways somewhere. My gun is locked in a gun safe. My wife has the only key. Right. Your gun has a trigger lock. Yeah. You have the only key. Right. As it should be.
I'm confused because boomers have been sitting there lately talking a lot of shit. They've been saying millennials and Gen Z can't live without electronics. Millennial and Gen Z are crybabies. Millennial and Gen Z always have something to complain about and they're triggered. And I just would like to point one thing out to the boomers. You raised us!
No, the boomers didn't raise you. The boomers didn't raise you. I think people don't understand who raised them. And this is part of the issue. TVs raised you. Yes. Yes. TVs raised them. Phones raised them. Tablets raised them. But it's probably not baby boomers that raised them. Smartphone invention, watching social media celebrities with entitlement issues. Yes. I am not going to say Generation X is perfect. Generation X is not perfect. Generation X is the first generation of latchkey kids. Generation X is the first generation where it was more common rather than less common that you went home and you opened up the door with a key around your neck and then you took out whatever mom had written on the fridge door, take the chicken out, okay? And then you did your homework and there was no parental supervision. And so you had no idea how to be a fucking parent. When you're a parent, the only thing you know how to do as a parent is what your parents did. Now, my older children think life is unfair. My older children will literally say to me when they see me, because again, I have a 12-year-old and a 24-year-old and a 7-year-old. The 24-year-old will see me parenting the 12-year-old and she'll be like, what the fuck was that? And I'll be like, what do you mean? She'll be like, stop being so fucking nice and show her how crazy you are. And I'll be like, I've matured. And she's like, that's some bullshit. And she'll be like, Mom, this is some bullshit. He used to go fucking ballistic. Well, I had time to learn how to be a parent after I no longer was busy working and learning how to be a parent. But my kid was mad. She sat there one night and the little one had to go up to sleep because she had school. My wife had gone up to bed and my kid made a pot of coffee and I was like, gonna make a pot of coffee this late at night? She's like, yeah, because you and I are sitting down. You and I are gonna hash some shit out. And I was like, oh, really? She's like, fuck yeah, we are. And I was like, okay. And she's like, seriously, what is this? What is this kinder, gentler? And I was like, look, I grew as a person. I went to some parenting classes because I had some time. And she's like, that's bullshit. So now she has kids. And I said to her, how are you parenting? Shut up. Oh, you mean you're parenting just like I parented you? You had all the time in the world to take parenting classes before you had kids. All I knew how to do is what my parents did. It's all I knew how to do. I had to go learn. Stop blaming your parents for shit. Stop, I think if everybody's complaint had to be I statements and could not have projected you statements, I can't make ends meet. Not due to taxes. No, I can't make ends meet. Why can't you make ends meet? I can't make ends meet because after taxes, I only have $450 left. Okay. You didn't know your number then. Remember, I did the video for everybody. The know your number. How much do you... Oh, I haven't done know your number yet. I talked about 50, 30, 20. I'm still working on know your number. It's not about getting a job and living on the money you get. It's about only applying for jobs that... Oh, yeah, I did part of it in there. It's about applying for jobs that you know will meet your needs. You need $1,300 a month to live. Okay. Well, then you need a job that pays $2,000 a month because you got wants, you have needs. Your parents may choose where you landed. You are still responsible for never standing up and growing. Your parents are responsible for where you were planted. You are responsible to thrive where you are. It's just that simple. You have a level of personal accountability to thrive no matter where you are planted. And that's like to bridge this weekend. I covered a video game that I haven't covered in like 9 months. And some people from that community came over and said horrible, hurtful shit. And I don't care. You can't, I have no feelings you can hurt. Right? You can't hurt my feelings. You have, Tom Holland says it best. If you have issue with something I've said, call me and we can talk about it. And if you can't call me because you don't have my number, then you don't know me well enough to have taken issue with something I've said. If I say something and you don't know me, ask a question. I just watched another AOC stream. A lot of chatters were defending you. Yeah, and the reasonable people are going to defend me because what I've been saying for years is Intrepid Studios doesn't know what they're doing. Intrepid Studios is making mistakes, and everybody beat the dog shit out of me, so I just left the community. I'm like, look, man, if you're happy with whatever you get, well, that's how the political parties are now. Why do 40% of Americans, 35% of Americans not vote? Because they don't feel their vote matters, because they don't feel their voice matters. Why don't more people support LGBTQ? Look, man, because the way you treat them, the way I've been treated by that community over the years, you assume that because I disagree with you on a point, that I don't support your other points. Well, if I have to accept you in toto, then fuck, I reject you. That's why I left the Catholic Church for a whole lot of years. Because I said the same thing. If I am forced to make a decision that to be a member of this faith, I have to accept everything without question, well then, I leave. Because there's other sects of Christianity. And then, as I grew, as I matured, I realized that I'm allowed to have questions. That's literally why Catholic school teaches the story of Doubting Thomas. I'm allowed to have questions. And if a priest or a pastor tells me I'm not allowed to have questions, then they're a bad representative of the Roman Catholic Church. Because they're supposed to answer every one of my questions until I start well, I'm just asking them again. And then at that point, they say, well, the questions you're asking. Why is it the Roman Catholic Church always needs a little bit more money? Why is it there's so many Roman Catholic churches in America that if each one of them took in 5 homeless people, we would cut homelessness by over 75%? What happened to good works? What happened to good deeds? Why don't we do that anymore? Why don't we do those things? Those are fair questions. They paid out a lot in settlements in America. They paid off a fucking rounding error of their wealth. A rounding error. Chill, here's one for you. What happened to all of the wealth of the Roman Empire? It's in the Vatican. One night, just magically, the Roman Empire is gone. But Vaticano is a fucking walled citadel. They just changed bankers. Is the Ark of the Covenant in there? Probably. It's either in there or in Indiana Jones's bedroom. Can never be too sure. But no, we're living in a world that is completely, absolutely fucked up. And the problem is, nobody wants to turn around and say anything, because anytime you say anything, you rock the boat, you walk too fast or go too far, people start throwing isms at you. I can't believe you made a video saying that transgender individuals, the LGBT community needs to condemn the shooter. So violence is acceptable. We didn't say that. Well, then condemn the fucking shooter. Then condemn the goddamn shooter. And if you're going to make excuses for a member of your community, you're all guilty. What is it they say about cops? If you're in a room with one cop, if you're in a room with one cop who's a murderer and 99 other cops, and the 99 other cops know, and they don't arrest the guy for murder, what you really are is in a room with 100 murderers. Notice I change it a little bit to make sure all the cops know. Because there's cops that don't know. What'd you see about when they fucking kneeling on that guy's neck? Dude, get your fucking neck off the guy. Like, what the fuck are you doing? He's already down. He's already in handcuffs. You don't need to kneel on him. Get the fuck off him. I saw it shortly thereafter. I remember a video clip, I don't have it anymore, of a cop that did a takedown, and he had his knee on the guy's back as he was trying to get him in handcuffs. And after they had him in handcuffs, you saw another cop tap his knee. The cop reminded himself to get off the guy's knee. The cop that had his knee still on the guy's back needs retraining, but the cop that tapped his knee, that's a servant of the people. Like, hey man, do your fucking job, get the fuck off the guy. But at the same time, I wouldn't want to be a police officer with the way motherfuckers act. I'm surprised we can get anybody who can spell their fucking name to want to be a police officer. People shooting at cops, throwing rocks at cops. Fucking cop wants to go home at the end of the night. Cop has a family. The fucking world we living in, man, it is fucked up.
I'm confused.
You have purple or you have blue hair. I'm not surprised you're confused.
Would you rather get your blood drawn every day for the rest of your life, but never have to charge your phone again, it's always at 100%, or have to have a 2-hour-long meeting every day for the rest of your life with the most boring person that you know, but you have no allergies to anything?
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I don't want to have my blood drawn every day, and I don't want to have boring conversations. Like, what the fuck, man? This is what's wrong. This is what's wrong with the fucking world. That's the shit that you used to say to people, like, sitting around with a Coke. That's not the sort of shit that you should be making TikToks about. Like, holy fuck. America's richest 1% own 44 trillion, which is more than 30% of the US wealth. It's not even accurate. Meanwhile, 166 million people live at the bottom, split 2.6% of the wealth. That is correct, giving the US one of the highest levels of wealth inequality on earth. Okay, but again, and I know people don't like me when I say this, why are you worried about what other people have? Rich people having billions or trillions of dollars of potential wealth in no way, shape, or form impacts your ability. In fact, there is a reason why you've been manipulated by everybody to get laws passed that benefit the rich. What do you mean? It's the congressmen that do it. Yeah, because you fucking start screaming about things. I think that we should just move to a flat tax rate. Do you know who wants a flat tax rate? Rich people want a flat tax rate. Oh, the rich people would never want a flat tax rate because they get to write off everything. So do you. There isn't rich people rules and poor people rules. There are rules. Rich people want a flat tax rate. Why? Because they deal in capital gains. If you move to a flat tax rate, you benefit the rich people. Why are you repeating that? I hear all the time, taxation is theft. Fine. What services do you want to do without? What services would you like to do without? That's when they don't know. Well, I don't need schools. I don't have kids. Did you go to school? Yes. Then you have to keep paying for them because you went. Now, I shouldn't have had to keep paying for schools because I went to private school. But guess what I have? Kids. Guess what my kids go to? Public fucking school. Maybe that's the reason. Now, do I think we need to have a situation for the years that you send your kid to private school, the years that your kids are in private school, you should be able to get a voucher that withdraws your money back out of the public school and gets transferred over to the private school where your kid goes? Yes, I absolutely believe in that. For the years you are not using the school and instead paying for another school, your tax money should be rerouted to the private school. Well, all that's going to do is it's going to hurt public schools as more and more people open up private schools. Okay? Then maybe you should look at those school districts and begin to wonder why school districts are at 49% utilized. Because private schools generally pay less than public schools. So teachers want to teach there for a reason. Did you know teachers, the good ones, it's really weird. The really, really good teachers end up spending a portion of their time at private schools, even though they pay less. Now, some people are going to hit me with, oh, well, private school, yes, private schools pay more because this particular school, yes, I get that, but private school means anything not public, which means parochial, Catholic, Christian, Baptist, Jewish, all those schools that pay nothing, those are all private schools as well. Well, you can't take money out of the public tax system and give it to a Catholic school, separation of church and state. Where is separation of church and state listed anywhere? Where like when people start, where are you getting that? Where do you actually get that? People will start saying that shit. But you don't find separation of church and state anywhere in the Constitution. The phrase separation of church and state is a Thomas Jefferson thing from like 15 years after the Constitution was ratified. So I'm always amazed at this one. How is it that people know about Thomas Jefferson's phrase separation of church and state, but they don't know about the 1792 militia law? Like, how the fuck is, like, and you should be asking yourself, well, yeah, man, I'd heard about separation of church and state, but I never heard about that militia law. You've been fucking indoctrinated. You've been presented only those things that they wanted you to be presented with, and your peers, your contemporary peers who went to different education, know shit that you don't, because private education, their goal is to make good graduates. I want to show like a kind of scary thing that should let you know some shit's gone sideways. So over here, you have a public school, and they want you to graduate, and they want you to go to a job, and they want you to pay taxes so they can continue to have funding. But a private school needs you to graduate and get a good job, so you're willing to make donations back to the school even years after you graduated. Because that's their endowment fund. Donors from years prior. So if one is going to get your money anyway, and one only gets your money if you choose to give it, where do you think you got the better education? Who is really preparing you to be successful in life? The private school. The private school has a vested interest in making you a scholar. Because if you're not a scholar and you move on with life and you make money, when they hit you up at the 5-year, it's usually the 10-year, they hit you up just before your 10-year class reunion, and they say, hey, 10 years ago you graduated here, would you like to give us some money? You're like, oh yeah, I'll give you guys some money. But if you went to a private school that didn't prepare you for life, Fuck no, I ain't giving you any money. I fucking can't even scrape butter across the bread because I ain't got no butter and I ain't got no bread. People have just been indoctrinated into a certain line of thought. And they have no idea how to break the cycle. They have zero ideas how to break the cycle. People that are still living with, it's always been that way around here. Well, just because it's always been that way around here doesn't mean we need to keep doing it that way. Maybe we should recognize that it's always been done that way around here and we should do something different. Necessity is the mother of innovation.
If your kid wants to go to college, they're going to go get a vaccine against your will. You spent 18 years fighting everybody about why you're not going to get your kid vaccinated. Boop! That MMR shows right up the second they're trying to get into a dorm. At least that's how it was when I was young. So I don't really know what the point is.
Anti-vaxxers piss me off. Anti-vaxxers absolutely piss me off. I get it. I get it. You don't want to vaccinate your children. I have no idea why you don't want to vaccinate your children. You say it's because you don't want to be putting poison into your kid. I get it. You think you're being a good parent. But, like, at the end of the day, she's absolutely right. Your kid is going to get their vaccinations when they want to go to school. The one girl, I just found out that the anti-vax family got run out of town. I didn't know this. The dad apparently said some stupid shit at his place of employment, pushed all the wrong buttons, he got fired, and then he couldn't get hired at a lot of places because people didn't want his bullshit. People didn't want his rhetoric. One of the kids, she went and she got her immunizations and she was allowed to go to school. She wanted to do senior year at the high school. So she went and she got her immunizations. As the rest of the kids left, the number of kids they had smaller and smaller and smaller. They could no longer like raise as big of a fuss as they did with the school district. Their argument was always, well, we have, I think it's 8 kids that need to be in the school district. And the school district was like, well, we have immune-compromised children. Your kids have to have their vaccinations before they come in. Well, now they're gone. But if one of your doesn't, maybe one day I'll be able to talk to an anti-vaxxer who actually hits home with their argument. But your own kid decided that your philosophy was bad. Your own child, your own offspring that was raised in this environment that you remember I said, can you control every minute of your kid's life? Well, when your kid is homeschooled, you control a lot more of their life than if they go to school. Your kid, who you controlled, all their education, what they were exposed to, still turned around and decided that what they wanted was to get immunizations and go and enjoy high school. How is it that at that point, as a parent, you can't say to yourself, maybe we fucked up. Like, maybe we made a mistake. You're behind or missing many of your adult vaccines. You know, let me address that. That's something that if it was up to me, basic medical care should never be something people are behind on unless they're actively choosing to be. I can't fathom a world where immunizations aren't free. I simply can't fathom that world. Immunizations benefit everybody. Because you don't, and I get it, some people are going to say, well, immunizations don't work. And I'll be the first to say it depends on what we're talking about. Are we talking about the chickenpox vaccine or the measles vaccine that absolutely does function? And you probably won't even contract it. And if you do, you're going to get a much more mild case. Yes. As far as, say, the flu shot, yeah, it sucks. They can't put every single combination of flu into one shot. So doctors are taking a guess. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to guess as to which 3 to 5 strains of the flu are going to be most dangerous this year. And there's some years I get a flu shot and I don't get the flu. And when I say the flu, I don't mean a common cold. I get the flu a lot. I get influenza. Like, my fucking body in the last about 8 years has just been like, hey, you know what you need? You need a nice healthy round of fucking death. But I get it. I understand somebody saying, well, based on the results. And I get what people are saying. And unfortunately, COVID, over at the time, 5 years ago, I more defended the COVID vaccine. And now I'm beginning to see that maybe we didn't need to push out the COVID vaccine as quickly as we did, because it really didn't do anything to help flatten the curve. The COVID strains that we've gotten, we had about a 3.84% lethality. It showed us a lot of lessons that we should have learned a lot of things from, and we didn't learn them. So we deserve whatever's coming with the next one. We figured out very quickly that ER policies are still terrible. Acute care appointments are still terrible. We don't have enough infrastructure to care for enough people. If we were to get something like the Black Plague spreading around, we would lose the majority of the population. Even with all this advanced medicine. All the advanced medicine in the world doesn't mean shit if you can't treat enough people. And so, yeah, I get it. People don't want to take the COVID vaccine. And I'm not against you not wanting to take the COVID vaccine anymore, because truthfully, I don't think it worked. I've seen compelling data that shows it did help. I've seen compelling data that shows realistically it didn't help. With people not traveling all around the country for a good period of 6 weeks, right? It slowed it down. I went to Disney this summer and I got COVID. I did not get COVID here. I got COVID down there, and I have whatever this bullshit long COVID is. Like, my body just can't get rid of it. Fine, I'll stay out of public. If I go into public, I'll wear a mask. Fine. But immunizations, tetanus shots, booster shots, yeah, I think that maybe that's something. Like, I'd like to see us have a Health and Human Services secretary that's not treating measles with vitamin A. Treating measles with vitamin A is great if the people were already malnourished and had a vitamin A deficiency. I get some people are happy with I get some people are happy with Robert Jr. because they don't like the idea of forced immunizations. Okay, we're supposed to be getting this report anytime now that it's September 1st. We're supposed to be getting this report about linking vaccines with autism. I'm very interested in seeing that report. I'm very, very interested, because the report that he's basing it off of is a report that was later rescinded because it was a study based on 12 kids with no control group. Meanwhile, I believe it was Sweden followed 650,000 children throughout their lifetime, and there is no correlation of children getting their immunizations and developing autism. Because if people say it's 1%, then out of that study of 650,000 children, 6,500 of them would have autism. Somebody recently did a paper, and they said, if autism is so prevalent, why aren't there that many adults with severe autism? And somebody put together a counter paper that said it's because they die or they commit suicide. Well, holy fuck, man. Maybe there's something to be said there, huh? So I'm very interested to see this study, but it's going to be bullshit anyway, because that's not something you can do in the time period since you were appointed as Secretary of HHS in September. That's not something that you can knock out in an afternoon. I also wouldn't tell someone to take one, should be their choice. Yeah, everybody should have the choice in their vaccines. And they are. Your vaccines are always your choice. Now, sometimes it doesn't feel like a choice. Sometimes it feels that you have to. Well, if I don't want my kid to have vaccines, cool. But then my kid can't go to school. Also cool. Well, that's not fair. Yes, it is. The institution of education has stated everybody that comes here has to have these immunizations. If you choose not to do those, you can't come here. If you do them, you can come here. I'm not seeing the point where that's not fair. Because it is fair. You just don't like it. A lot of people were forced to take them to continue employment. Who? Who was forced to take them? Because here's why. Your employer could never ask you for your immunization report anyway. So other than military people who are forced to take all their shots, who was forced? Because I hear that spread around, but your employer can never ever ask you anything. Yeah, military and medical. But those people in their contract, it states. But the rest of people, fuck them. Like when you have a job that says you have to have a doctor's note. Nope, people in public education were not. Because the school has no way to know if you've gotten the immunization or not. People in public education are required for TB. They're required to get tested for tuberculosis. The rest? The school nurses. Oh, stop it. Come here. What? School nurses, because school nurses are medical personnel. A lot of what people say happened never happened. In order to get on an airplane, you're going to have to prove that you had your COVID shot. People can't request your medical history because the Americans with Disabilities Act makes it illegal. No, wrong act. Americans with Disability Act has nothing to do with requesting your medical history. Nobody can request your medical history. And it has to do with HIPAA. They can request it. At the same time, the ADA doesn't make it illegal to require medical documentation for accommodations. As long as you're not asking for accommodations. The ADA rules that employers cannot ask for medical records or require a medical exam before making a conditional job offer. That is true. That is true. But that's not the same as they can't request your medical history. They can request your medical history if you ask for accommodations. No. Real ID is not going to be digitized. In fact, a digital copy of your ID isn't acceptable. If you try to give the cop if you try to give them a copy of your real ID on your phone, they'll look at you and they'll say, well, I need the physical item. But no, you are correct that they can't request your medical history in order to make a conditional job offer. But at the same time, people have a lot of shit about the ADA all confused. For example, say I have 10 people working on a factory floor. And all of those people are required to be able to lift 95 pounds from floor level to 4 feet. And you suddenly can no longer do that. I don't have to give you an accommodation. And a lot of people that get really bad advice from TikTokers, no, Patriot Act doesn't trump all those things. If you can't do the job and I don't have another job for you to do, then I don't owe you shit. If you got hurt fucking snowboarding and you come to work and you say, yeah, I've broken a vertebrae, that sucks, fool. Take sick time. Then take LWOP. Well, the ADA says, no, the fuck it doesn't. The ADA does not say, I have to make it so you don't have to do a component of your job. I don't know why people perpetuate that rumor. If I have jobs where some people, I never said you said that. Some people are there and they have to lift to 75 pounds up to the shelf or 95 pounds up to the shelf. And I have other people that do inventory work. Well, then I probably need to find out if you're even qualified to do the inventory work. And if you are, when one of those positions becomes available, I call you, yeah, man, I sent you home 3 months ago because you couldn't do your job, but Janet left, I have an opening. Do you want the job? Yeah, if you get injured outside work and can no longer do your role, that's kind of on you for getting injured. Now, if I have a whole mixed bag of jobs, that if I can move you, I'm required to move you. Give you accommodation, I'm required to give you an accommodation. At the same time, I'm not always required to pay for them. Well, I need a sit-stand desk, okay? Well, my doctor says you have to give it to me. Give a fuck what your doctor says. Your doctor doesn't make accommodations in my office. Sorry. Standard issue desk isn't a sit-stand desk. What you're asking me for is $1,000 desk. It's not in my budget. Then you have a choice. You can try to sue me, right? And that's where people get it. Oh, well, this TikToker said they have to. No, they don't have to buy specific hardware for you. Now, if you say, I will provide the desk, that's a different story. Yeah, sometimes a TikToker will say something and I'll dive down a rabbit hole. But yeah, this world we live in right now, like the fucking person today, and then I gotta get out of here because I gotta eat. I haven't eaten yet. Person said, in my video, I said, do some people in the T part of LGBT need mental health treatment and according with the DSM-5 and the ICD-11? And the person's first response was, it's not transgender in the ICD-11. No, it's not. It's in chapter 11, section 16. They told me it wasn't in there at all. And then when I told them exactly where it was, then they were like, yeah, but they don't classify it as a mental health disorder. I never said they do. I never said they do. But are you saying they can't get treatment for mental health? Because they can, because the ICD-11 is billing codes as well as diagnostics. Because if it said this treatment, if they turned around and said this condition does not require mental health treatment, only thing a doctor can do is write for some temporary lifting or light duty needed. It's up to the employer if they actually have something or have to keep the employer away for a while. Right, exactly. That's what people have to understand. People will be like, oh, well, if I get this note, the company has to honor it. Yeah, they are honoring it. They're telling you can't come to work. What they're honoring is I can't make you do that task until you get a note from your doctor. But what your doctor can't do is say, when you're like, oh, well, I'm not doing that part of my job. Well, I'm sorry, that is your job. So either you do your whole job or you go home and recuperate, and when you're healthy, come back. And if one of these other positions open, I will call you to rotate you. But if you're not trained on the inventory system, then you can't do the job anyway. Again, I would be hard pressed and open myself to a lawsuit if I hired somebody new without training you. But at the same time, there is room to say, I have no intention, I would have not hired this person for that job. That person has a GED and that job requires a high school diploma. Or that person doesn't have a adult education certificate and that job requires a high school diploma or equivalent. So therefore, you're not even eligible for that job. Well, it's the only job I can do right now. Well, then you can't do any job right now because you don't have the prereqs to take that job. Anyway, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to eat and then I'm going to enjoy a bit of a day. I will see you guys on Wednesday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of